Okay. Howdy. I was sending a message and also reading up on crypto art because I have no idea what the hell that is. I guess it's just cryptocurrency in another form, more or less. You've had crypto art explained to you multiple times. It goes in one ear and out the other. Yeah. Also, hi, Oppie, how you doing? Essentially, the only thing I can really understand is it seems like cryptocurrency and is bad for the environment because it's using a lot of computers, possibly? I don't know entirely. But it's the only thing people are talking about right now. I don't know. Hold on, give me a second. I want to look up something. Ugh, it just says soon. God damn it. Dang it. There was a game I was looking forward to that was coming out in March. It has been postponed. Anyways. You're A-okay? That's good to hear. I'm glad you're A-okay. Sorry, I'm just jamming right. I'm living with this mild headache, but it's okay. The music that you're listening to, by the way, is from Valhalla. Valhalla is a very good game. Their next one, Nirvana, don't know when it's supposed to come out, but I think maybe this year. Oh, hey, Feeny. What's gamer? How you doing, gamer? I do hope whoever pops into the stream and just sees that there's an emote of a realistic horse. I hope they come in here. I hope they question it. Okay. Let me for the Pyre. It has been a while. Oh, my eyes hurt too. Okay, I just got a message that says, hey, remote play. You can do that. Thanks, Steam. Just had some boofs, so you're doing good? Hell yeah. What'd you guys do over the weekend? Since I didn't stream, I was watching, you know, a D&D finale. It was quite the finale. I might have cried. Also, Fina, what kind of food did you get? Or did you have? I ain't close. Okay. Right, forgot to change the heckin' scene. There we go. Now we're good. Sleep, watch Germa sleep again and draw. Nice. I always see little bits and clips of Germa. He's such a weird dude. I used to, like, I don't think I've ever seen any of his actual streams. I've only ever seen clips or like little 3D animations that people have done. There's one in particular that uses like the source filmmaker that someone uses where he's basically, he is the character scout, and like they just animate the scene of Germa doing whatever, but Germa is scout. You finished a commission, been a long time since you had one. Hell yeah. You ate Chinese sausage and rice? Hell yeah. So sick. He does look like Scout. Yes, yes he does. I think, like, actually the first time I saw him, because I'd never seen him, only like those little bits of animation and stuff, I was like, oh wow, he's actually a pretty good looking dude. What do we got? What did we, fuck, what did we actually do last time? Biography. Was a talent ace of the High Wing Remnants. Possessed the talent of her sisters, but not her single-minded zeal. She grew wary of fighting, decided she would put an end to it. Thus, when a critical battle approached, the Commonwealth was waiting, and her blood sisters, herps, were captured and clipped. Don't you laugh at me. I see you retweeting all those Germa clips and stuff. Let's just do trials right now. Oh, no, Pam, that is. Go with gay. Let's go. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to call you out like that. Yes, Sandra, to administer whatever special trials for game. Must admit, I do sense something from that one. So I had a wild heart myself. Felt like her own. We'll see if there's more to her than that. Ooh wee! That Rudicon fella sure is a swell guy. I hear that Oppet fella is sure a swell guy too. Soon Gay arrives, in heat of the summons. Get caught at Oppie. The scribes. I think that if I listen carefully that I can hear them calling out to me. Maybe I shouldn't voice this just to go through it quicker. Wow, no you, Feeny. Smack my head. Is it shake my head or smack my head? I don't actually know what that means. I just realized. Shake my hand, my head. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her. Listen well, girl. The place where you reside at present has but a single rule. Answer the meaning. Oh, okay. It's plain to me that you have much to learn. Gramps. Oppie, please. Nice. That's nice. Yeah, how you doing, Jeff? Don't you dare. Oh, well, they got it. Bro, those potato sacks are fast as fuck, boy. Yeah, they are speed. Oh my god, he got me. You know what they say? Ka-chow? Potato, a hot potato. Shaking my head. Ah, okay. R.I.P. in peace. Must admit that you did better than I expected, girl. You have passed this trial yourself. Imagine it. You get Elmer's anklet. After she casts her aura, it can bounce off objects and solid surfaces. That's really awesome. The Royal Traders Hollow Band ensured the Sisters of the Arch were to carry out their mission. Let's do the last one. Oh. Let's give her something else. I'll say not that that matters. Do that instead. Feisty heart. You called for me, reader darling. Ah, it's that crystal. Hash it out. Oh. You read that his gay can bounce off solid surfaces, as then she throws herself off walls and stuff. That'd be cool. I'm not gonna lie. That'd be pretty cool. Listen, wild harp, you answer to me. Oh, a bossy one. Sure. Go on and tell me more. Such a delightful student for a change. Come then, let us see what you can do. Frick. I did this to myself. Just kind of kite him around. Oh, I should have jumped. It's my bad. Oh no! I just tossed it right to her. That is. You know, that's fair. That's a lesson in life. I don't have an actual aura, I just toss one out. Frick. That's interesting, though. Fly dash fly. Interesting tactic. There, now everybody's happy, right? Oh, happy as can be, my doubtless pretty harp. So good of you to ask. On top of that, your performance was sufficient. That's my test. Get my congratulations to both you and your lovely reader. I'll be gone before I have any second thoughts. I think Sandra likes Ametha. I'm not sure though. Triesta's plume. While flying after dousing the adversary's pyre, Ametha may instantly return and deals +3 damage. She could no longer fly, yet her tears she shed for her assailants, but they could cry no longer. Oh, okay, so if I fly while doing it, I instantly return and I get the +3. I think it deals +3. Interesting. Let me check that out. But let's talk to you. Go through this. Did a little need to keep blathering. Did. Okay. Still +3. Still +3. Weird. I have a plus. Oh. Yeah, not gonna give it any. Okay, so it deals 23. And I come back. Okay. That's pretty good. No, you're pretty good. Shaking my head. No, no, you. Oh yeah, I forgot I can do this. You're pretty. No, you. Okay. Now it's time to actually just remember what I did last time. We fought. We finished the first raid. The one to get somebody out. We went to the call of the stars. It took some time. I think we fought Barker Ashpaws and then Manly again. I don't remember who else. But now we're back here. We're gonna be fighting, looks like, the Fates. Yeah, Mr. Streamer got damn. I got good. Being here and flagging hands continues to sap everyone's spirit. -1 hope for the next raid. That's not good. Let's take off now. The Glade of Lu. Okay. Where can I land? I mean, I'm down to put Jodariel in. Sure. You make landing on the sacred Mount Elorial, upon whose summit the next liberation rite shall soon take place. You wonder who among you may regain his or her freedom this time. Wolfred finds you after the post-flight inspection. We shall have to take the rest of the trip to Fall of Soliam by land. May we soon liberate another of our own. That should raise the chances of our plan. That our plan shall ultimately succeed. Ah, beyond your crystal seeks Tiza. Okay. Let us do that. Can I talk to you? Do you feel like talking? Perhaps I have to cease my services with you if you insist on disrespecting my wishes thus. Would that sound good to you? Imagine not having access to the loathsome trinkets which I grant to you. Imagine those idiots of yours having to get by without using my tutelage. I can imagine it just fine myself. I was once a weapon, used to kill an emperor. Go on then, leave. Okay. Summon Tizo. I dare think I remember something of that imp. It certainly stood out from all his ilk. Needs to be prepared for whatever lies ahead. Tizo knows all. Listen, well, imp, you answer to me here. Tell me then what you've learned. He looks so mischievous, he does. I love him. Oh shit. Nice. Perhaps I should just... Fuck. Fuck. I was gonna say perhaps I should just try and kill you all. But, you know, this is fine. Man, this is going terribly. Like Ghosty Go Burr. Take that. Oh shit. You know what? Fair enough. Damn. Okay. Not out yet. No! Fuck. Fuck. They got it. Let me just restart this right real quick. Because it's the same thing. It just goes through the text if I don't. Okay. Well then, you know what? That's a good tactic. Also, good tactic. Fair. That's very fair. Oh, nice shot. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. This one's tough. Flatter me. Hello, potatoes. How you doing? Oh, that was unfortunate. Okay. Try and run. Try and run. Huh? Fuck. You got it. You heard a hot potato and you had to come out of alert. Fair. Oh, they got it. What is that? The hottest of potatoes. Okay, I can still come back from this. Is it made by Supergiant? It is. You think you can come back in time? Fool. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they got it. Ooh, this one is tough. I feel like I'm not playing as optimally as I can, but yeah, it's tough. Oh god, they're so fast. It's crazy. take that. We take bad AI. No! You know, fair. He still has to run all this way. I should have flown. That was my mistake. Oh, no. Okay. I think I can do this, though. I think we got this. Maybe. Oh, no, we don't. Damn. So unfortunate. Yeah, how you doing, Potato? Sorry, I've been very focused on this. More than I thought I would be. Poor little Tizo. Very good with backup. Not so good without. You knew you sneezed FP? Let's go. Oh, fuck me. They got this. Doing stuff in the background like job hunting? Hell yeah. Hope that's going well. How am I? I'm doing okay. I have a slight headache. How did that happen? It's inaccurate, you just took a shower, so you're not stinky? They might have got this? Okay, now they got this. Was busy all weekend. Running for palindromes? Gotcha. It's mine! Victory! Haven't done any 4x rewards, man. You were busy all weekend? No 4x. Bungo just awarded it weird? Huh. Their talk? Okay. I won't worry about it. Decided to completed her trial. Performance is sufficient. Yeah, after several amount of prize, I guess. He's always happy to be back. What she grant you? Hawoob's wing. Hazel's flutter and zip abilities cost. Oh my god, that's so good. Okay. Yes, that's very good, but also the amount of explosion that I get. The creators of Destiny 2, Bungie, misworded a promotional event for one of their core activities. Let's see. So this aura casting, it's super good. But having this zip, like the amount of times I can zip and fly, would be very, very beneficial too. I'm not entirely sure. No, you know what? I think I'm gonna stick with the aura casting. I also have a really dumb idea, but I don't think I should do it right now. But let's not. Okay, let's go. Later that day, you accompany Jodariel into the splendor of Emperor's Fall. Those who fail to traverse Emperor's Ascent often end up dashed upon these rocks, where a monument to Gol Golathanian awaits you. Perhaps due to the nature of this place, you sense Jodariel's inner thoughts, as clear as if she were speaking aloud. You, scribes, I do not believe that you can hear me. Perhaps this is all a joke to you. If so, then do not tamper with the feelings of my comrades. I will not forgive you if you do. Soon, you and she are finished paying respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Gol Golathanian has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your ascent. For now, the solitude here is fit for pursuing your vocations. And she gains +2 hope for the next rank. Hell yes. You find her seemingly deep in thought. You consider whether even to bother her. Gay, homosexual, gay. Yeah, those are her thoughts. Your presence is not unwelcome, reader. Remain a moment, please. She stares at you for some time. Today marks the beginning of my 16th year in exile. You look back at her and remain silent. You sense that all she wants from you right now is for you to listen. I've kept count, put notches in this breastplate of mine for each passing day. Notice how much it is frayed? 16 years, reader. The orphans whom I fostered would be long since fully grown. Some of them are likely gone. Many of them spoke of how they longed to one day serve with me on the blood border. Sometimes, I cannot help but wonder, if I were still captain, could I have protected them? Could I have made a difference? I think not. The Commonwealth and the High Wing remnants, they have fought eternally. Those such as I have come and gone throughout the ages. I catch myself feeling pity for my years, and had I remained there on the blood border, it is unlikely I would have lived to see this day. He looks at you again. Do you know why they cast me down? I was a decorated captain. Said I was the best. She closes her eyes for a moment before she continues. One day, it was a standard patrol, but I ran across a pack of harp fledglings, fully armed and prepared to strike, but all on their own. They were nothing from my regiment. I ensnared them and took them in. Considerable prize, but they were not yet conditioned to be made to talk. When the order came down they were to be executed, I could not bring myself. The Commonwealth, priding itself on mercy, committing such acts to one such as me, it was inconsolable. Nope. It was unconscionable. Wow, okay. Unconscionable. So I thought, then, at least in my younger years, I let the damn birds go. Made no claims as to the contrary and turned myself in. I was cast down the following week, 16 years ago. Thus, my enemies had the last laugh in that exchange. If I were faced with the same choice again today, I do not know for certain that I would have chosen just the same. Now then, so go and mark this occasion as I have always done. Be well, reader. Bio updated. We now know what she did. Let's go study in private. Let's do hope to balance the one that we are missing. Spirit, +1 hope. Let's go with Gay. Plus, I think we went the other route last time. On the way to the summit, you pass a monument to Lou Scolarian, and Gay happens to take notice. Blessed I am to have this audience with you, O Lou Scolarian. Your resplendent glory has made this moment possible, and given me so many friends who are so dear to me. Thank you. Whatever happens, thank you. She says little after paying her respects. However, as you prepare to continue your ascent, since that Lou Scolarian has shown you favor, you gain +2 presence for the next rite. Very good. You and your companions gather once more at the Scribe's Gate, where a single narrow trail leads upward towards the summit, past an archway carved of stone. Come, this way, please. The minstrel leads you towards the archway, where his counterpart awaits. The exiles of the Nightwings have returned. They have. Greetings, Celeste. She all but ignores him and motions to the rest of you. Now then, each of you in turn, please state your name and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Please, do just as she says. Everyone steps forward, one after another, much like before. Gay passes through the gate. Tizo passes through the gate. Goldariel passes through the gate. Hamatha passes through the gate. Edwin passes through the gate. Sir Gilman passes through the gate. Wolfred passes through the gate. No one left to go but you. You step forward and you declare yourself as you did before. The guardian of the Scribe's Gate regards you with a still expression, then she addresses all of you in her formal manner. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. The lone minstrel glances up at the gate guardian. You have our gratitude, Celeste. He pays him no heed. And off we go. Soon we will make the decision once again. Again, you gain the top of Mount Elodiel, from which the downside sprawls before you. You wonder which one among you shall soon follow Ruki. Ah, good old Falcon Ron.
Oh, hey guys. You know, it gets real awful cold up here. Sometimes waiting for customers. Come on in, okay? And good luck in that big battle thing you got. That's where you're going, isn't it? Heard it's gonna be exciting for my friends.
Ron, I don't know if you actually have any friends. After Bearer banishes an adversary by aura casting, an aura burst may occur. 20%. Don't think that's Considering the last thing we had that was an aura burst, I don't think I care. Which one did I want? The 180? I think that was it. Yeah, I think that was it. This. Just save this voice, dude. Listen, this is how he is. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna save our money.
You take care, okay? And thanks for doing business.
Okay. He's been exiled for 16 years. He's a Capriest. Many years later, she encountered Hedwyn, whom she remembered as one of the children she had in her care. So that's the whole detail between these two is, Jodario basically took care of him as a child. Okay. Commence the liberation rite. Time has come for your second liberation rite to commence. You observe the lone minstrel and Wolfred speaking in hushed tones, but cannot sense the topic or tone. Then Wolfred looks up to you. I trust that you are feeling as prepared as possible, my boy. Each rite is consequential to our journey, its own respect. Though these liberation rites have more immediate effect. It's somewhat crass, however. I've gone and estimated by how much each of our companies may contribute to the outcome of our plan. Should they be companions, excuse me, should they be liberated here. She's drunk as fuck. Anyone she meets will want her to step on them at some point. True. Strong but soft must protect. True. You think you summarized the biography? Absolutely. That's 100% what it was. Factors such as their previous occupation, innate tendency to lead, and orator skill contributed to my assessment. It's nothing personal, for we all are in this together. Besides, we all ought to return in time, if possible. Know simply for that, for each one of us who goes in doing so, he or she shall raise our total chances of success. Reader, sir, this night you shall confront the fate. They have already appointed Dalbert to be liberated, if they manage to prevail. We all have faith in you, my boy. And lo, even the stars agree on this account. Alright. It's gonna be up to you guys again. Archbeast Sangrias. Start of the rite, your adversaries shall automatically gain plus 30. And if they already have plus 30, then too bad. No, we're just gonna go in like normal. You choose the purple star. We don't know what we're choosing. Not for this, but for the liberation rite. So you guys are going to choose who's going to get liberated.
The Nightwings have returned unto the fall of Solium, at which the scribes first formed their sacred union. At stake this night is freedom and prosperity. But only for one exile who prevails in this liberation rite. Your many adversaries all did strive to earn this opportunity. 'Twas the fate which earned it. Who shall be absolved is up to all of you.
The pyres burn and each of the triumvirate is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn
and each of the triumvirants is prepared and present. Then, anointed one of the fate, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries the Nightwing. The bent old cur Dalbert steps forward and struggles for a moment with his mask. Greetings, good heralds. I am called Dalbert Oldheart. It is the greatest honor of my years to stand upon this sacred site, upon which the 8 scribes first anointed these glorious proceedings. Nightwings, we are honored to be in your presence once more. Father, they are our adversaries, not our hosts. We need not be so gentle with them. They shall do their utmost to keep you from your freedom. Wonder why he's called Oldheart? That's just his last name. His son right here, Elmer, also has his name Oldheart. That would mean it's your second time being liberated. Does that mean you got liberated, then committed another crime? Possibly. Who knows? Dalbert. The son speaks out of turn. Control him. My sincerest apologies for his unnecessary outbursts. Elmer, please. We have worked towards this opportunity. We must make the most of it. My son and I stand ready to begin. Now then, have the Nightwings reached a decision on whose behalf they shall conduct the liberation, right? Reader, I am bound to tell you once more. The first companion whom you choose shall go free this very night, if you prevail. Only the enlightened may thus be anointed. Not all among you may be yet ready. The other 2 for the triumvirate shall lend their aid. Nightwings, make your decision.
Who would you set free?
Okay. So it looks like this time it's going to be Hedwin, Jodariel, and Tizo. I will once again start the poll. Hedwin. Jodariel. And Tizo. Two minutes. Start poll. Let's do 3 minutes. No, 2 minutes is fine. There we go. Poll created. It is up to you guys to see who is liberated. This dip is salty as fuck. I'm sorry. This is gonna be a hard one, yeah. You got something in a dip food? You can dip food in? And it's super salty? Ah, I see. What kind of dip is it? The Gilman, still unworthy. Ametha. I'm gay. I don't remember if it's just the top 3 or if like all of these guys were worthy, like about the same level, if they would be allowed to be anointed. Cheesy smoked bacon.
Can you tell who I don't like by the poll? I mean, I haven't looked at it. Waiting for it to end, but I guess I'll take a look. Ah, I see, Jeff. Are you saying you don't like Tizo? Rude. But 69%, 87, oh, rather, 69 votes, 87%. I love Tizo. Little ratty thing. Okay. I guess it's Tizo. Do I want him with this, or do I want him with something else? Tizo isn't part of the polycule, he must go. I see. He gave you such trouble. It wasn't his fault. Okay, here we go. Seems stunned by your decision, though is very grateful to you for it all the same.
Who shall lend him support?
I kinda want Jodariel. $100% it was. Are you trying to suggest Rudicorn Mr. Fox isn't a pro gamer? I'm sorry. Dario seems like a good choice. But do I want her with that or gaining more? What are her skills right now? After rushing, or using her rush to lunge forward, Jodadio can right again. Heals extra 10, that would be good. Yeah, let's do it.
Jodariel.
Understood, and let us return him home. Edwin wouldn't be bad. Yeah, let's give these guys a break. They'll get more enlightenment after, and then Mr. Fox is the only gamer he invented gaming birthed it from his brain womb. I don't think I like the term brain womb. That sounds nasty. Like Zeus birthed Athena. Oh god. Oh god. A little bit of insurance, a little bit of extra insurance. Let's go. I have your back, Tizo. Let's get you home. Gonna make it sound more gross if that's what you want? No. No, I don't. Call my thoughts brain babies. Dear God.
It is done.
We give thanks to this opportunity to face you on Night Wings. Now, let us strive to our fullest capability, with honor and with grace. Save your strength for the right, Father, or the voyage home. Let this be our final battle against them.
Commence.
Oh shit. Oh, didn't mean to do that, but okay. Oh, they caught it. You know, fair. Oh, did it? Fear not the flame. Oh, nice. Oh shit, this is bad. I think he's got it, old man. Oh, that was a good shot. I can't even be mad. Brain thoughts? You mean brain farts?
Banished, one and all. The orb. Yes. The fate are banished to the last.
Oh,
Banishment. Quite an exchange.
I'm just gonna walk in. Okay, used to do the same strategy in Gripball, throw the enemy the ball. Just belt them from range. I mean, that is a strategy you can use here. But it seems to have their own sound effects. Whoosh, zoom. Can someone die and drop it in the bonfire and damage it? If you are... No. Short answer is no, but if you're tossing it, and you let go right before you get killed, or like, I guess as you're getting killed, it will toss the ball. And you'll deal whatever damage that toss is at, because it takes time to charge up.
Hear us now, O noble Jomir, for we beseech you. Surely we cannot prevail without your aid. If ever you have ever heard my prayers, I beg of you, please smile upon us now.
From whether this prayer to the scribes or simply from Dalbert's resolve, something comes
over your fellow exiles here. They are banished now, they shall not soon return.
Such a struggle it must be for poor old Dalbert and his witless son. Someone grasp the orb.
Fuck. I'll come back in time. For sure. Oh no!
Plunged into
Nice.
the adversaries.
Jim Yoda's just some dude sitting on the couch. I can't really read right now.
Now plunge into the flames.
Oh, that was rough. You know, I actually kind of deserved that. Oh man, he fast. Okay, she still has that. Fuck. Tizo's back. Fuck you, Tizo's back. Fuck. I'll just wait for them to come back. Can't catch me. Okay, I'm just some dude, bro, sitting on the couch eating Cheetos, playing something. Can you imagine how silly that would be? Like, he's also a cur. He's the same race as Dalbert over there. You think he heard? Maybe not. Jesus Christ, you guys. Oh, that was a clean one. You know what? That's totally fair.
Engulfed within the aura.
Ooh, they got us. Oh, that's a long shot. That's
Sails forth
nice.
into the flame. ferocity unbridled. And there it
Ooh,
is,
okay.
at last.
I was getting kind of close.
The Night Wings proved their worth. Of their
Zalas.
adversaries, the same cannot be said.
Dogs can be dude bros. Shake my head. Just shake my head.
Thus ends the
My heart just bursted a bit
liberation
because
rite.
Senior Dog finally played fetch
And
after years of
thus
not doing
the
so.
scribes have chosen.
Aw.
The exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free.
Okay, there goes Tizo.
Absolved of all misdeeds. Return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Alas, my son. Once more it seems that I have failed you. Father, wait! What good is freedom to us anyway, if we would be apart? Izo is stunned by what transpired, by what he thinks is about to happen. Looks around as the reality of what transpired sinks in. He realizes now that this is goodbye, at least for the time. He struggles to express the gratitude he feels at having served the Nightwings this many years. He does not know what to expect from the Commonwealth, and whether he will be accepted. Nevertheless, he vows that he will keep doing his part, for the benefit of Volfred's plan. With that, he splashes into the shimmer pool, is gone from view. You hear him chirping one last time. Wishes for the best of each of you, and asks that you remember him. He's earned his freedom. You return in glory.
Tizo. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may soon commence again.
No matter what anyone says, I used to think that there's some sort of limit to one's understanding of all of this. We leveled up. So, what are we doing? We instantly return banished allies. Move on and pass the orb more quickly. Hedwyn and his allies cause banished adversaries to remain banished for 2 seconds longer than usual. I think this would be beneficial. Yeah. Utter nonsense, all of this. Come this far, fortune alone cannot be the cause. Okay. He does double. He gains extra 10. 7 seconds. Dario can banish adversaries by flinging the orb into them, which is good. Yeah, let's do that.
May the scribes have mercy
Father,
on us
wait.
all.
Calm yourself, my son. Liberation rite has ended. But no. How can you be so calm? Even now, after everything that happened. Did you strive this night with all your heart, Elmer? Yes. But it was not enough. It was not enough. No, my son. It was enough. Hey, Saul. You just missed it. We just, let Tizo go. It was more than enough. Father. How you doing, Saul? You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the fate in the liberation rite. An important victory. One by one, until we're done. You succeeded in liberating Tizo.
who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. We did what we could. With each liberation rite, we strive to advance our plan, which is at 38% now. A brighter future awaits the end of our path. For now, we must persevere. Speaking of which, reader, I take it you have seen the stars. I'd say lack thereof. You're good procrastinating writing an essay? Oh. I see. You have, or did. Once more, the sky is all abyssal darkness. Following the liberation rite, no stars illuminate themselves to guide you further. Then let us go, once more, to Moonlight Alcove. I have an errand I must run, besides. As we arrive, best we recover now and make our way southward, the first light. Oop. In spite of the late hour, you find Gay minding her own business on the wagon, talking to herself. But most of all, I think I'm going to miss his little chirping sounds. He woke me up with them sometimes. He kept waking me up. He sure was a good friend to both of us, right, little brother? You knew him even better than I did. Much better, I should think. You must really miss him too. Spreads her arms against the wall. I understand, I do. Those dry vamps up there, they seem very sad about this too. Maybe some are happy? I don't know. More food for them to share, and they liked food. Izo sure liked food. Ravenous creatures, indigenous to the downside. Possessing few passions other than a fast meal. You and the Commonwealth believe these beasts are real, though stories of them are often told in jest. I wonder if he'll like the food at home. It's very different, right? So, maybe he won't? But he eats almost anything. Oh, this must be so exciting for him. I know the scribes shall be watching over him still. I think maybe they love him best of all. I cannot wait to hear what he thinks of it all. I think for sure that he will help with Mr. Sandalwood's big plan. That's the great thing about Tizo, little brother. No matter where he goes, he always helps. He always helps. He bounds off without acknowledging your presence in the least. You sense that she has found some peace despite now being separated from her little friend Tizo. You hope by now that he has found safe passage in the Commonwealth. Off we go. You once again find yourself amid the quiet nooks of Moonlight Alcove. Here you can await the time until the stars deign to shine for you again. Yep, bide your time, I guess. We have returned to a place of respite. Respite. Man, I can't speak today. Please, make yourselves comfortable, such as you can. We are at the mercy of the stars, but I expect they shall shine bright again in time. As for me, I'll return by then, but there is something I must do. There, from atop the sacred mountain, you gaze down into the abyss that is the downside. You wonder when the stars shall align themselves once more. There upon the sacred mountain, you and your companions once more await the night the stars begin to shine again. The plan of which you are all a part of is set in motion. The Commonwealth, a nation that stood for almost 1,000 years, is in turmoil. If your companions return there through the liberation rites, what sort of place shall they be coming back to? Many moons pass. One evening, amid a downpour with no interest whatsoever in relenting, Wilfred requests everybody to convene. I can't speak today. You understand that he is an announcement of some sort. Soon, everyone is assembled and Wilfred regards the group. Everyone, there is an aspect of our plan which I've not talked about to you with
at length. Look around at your companions. What do you see in them? He lets the question hang a moment in the air. I'll tell you what I see in all of you. In all of us. I see in all of us a living vision of the 8 scribes themselves. Each one among you hailing from a different tribe which later formed our commonwealth. My observations do not come from pompousness, I think. Rather, I believe the scribes themselves shall I say desire, such a course. Together they created this ceremony of which we're now a part. The exiles liberated through their rights went on to found the Commonwealth, based on their values and their teaching. Thus, an instrumental aspect of our plan is to embody the spirit, the culture, from which the Commonwealth arose so many centuries ago. That way, when we are all united on the other side in solidarity, the people all shall see what we reflect the values they yet cherish in all their hearts, not merely our own. Anyway, we are still missing one key representative on behalf of Molten Malaith. The Mistress of Fire and Dust claimed she would shatter the world with a flick of her wrist. And I happen to know a certain bog dweller who I think shall fit the part most splendidly, indeed. Emotions for someone to approach. Certain bog dweller slithers forward. You recognize her straight away. It is my pleasure to introduce to you a dear old friend of mine, whom I believe you've met. Welcome to the Nightwings, Bertrude. The bog dweller called Big Bertrude utters something guttural by the way of greeting. Hell yeah!
We are to the understand that ye require further aid from us.
Yes, dear Bertrude. The time has come. Bertrude here is far and away the most accomplished alchemist whom I have ever met. Auntie. Hey, ma'am. You soon will find that she knows much about the rites as well. Bertrude looks you and your fellow exiles each in turn.
We frighten ye, apparent.
Everyone is silent as Bertrude searches their expressions.
Then tremble, small ones, and hold thy tongues, lest we remove them.
She takes her leave without another word. Please excuse Bertrude's blunt manner. I guarantee she shall more than make up for it. Everyone disperses. Now it seems that the ranks of the Nightwings are complete. Welcome her aboard. Now then, my boy. Perhaps you notice that the stars are bright once more up there behind these stubborn reins, meaning it is time we go back to business. Indeed, once more the several stars shine bright within the cold and storming sky. Okay. We have Triesta, the Silver Star, interact to challenge the Tempers, led by Ignarius. Landell. Or Sir Deluge. The Planner. Firehearts, Thrawn, Essence, Dissidents, Accusers, Numbers. If there's any of them that you wanna, see me go against, otherwise I'm probably just gonna pick Landell over here. Oh, give me a sec. Oh my. Kick Lendell in the butt. Let's go. So, we're to take on Lendell and the accusers this time, huh? I've done some digging. Wow, I cannot speak today. I've done some digging about them. He is the cold-mannered head of the accusers and bears an old grudge. Vindictive triumvirate. Seldom prevail. He then tells you what he knows of your next adversaries. Lendell the Liar. The first adversary you confronted in the ranks, not long after you took your first steps on the path to freedom. A former constable of the Commonwealth, he gained a reputation for his strict and brutal manner. By any means. He always got the crook. Once he arrested a civilian who hated him on suspicion of theft of Commonwealth artifacts that had gone missing. Lendell discovered the artifact himself in the civilian's home. Suspect soon was exiled. Still, he denied the charges, even as they cast him downriver. The case was investigated further, though too late. Suspicions turned to Lendell. Turned out he had planted the damning evidence himself, so he was exiled in turn. In the downside, he soon became acquainted with the rights, having heard all this from several people in high places. He asserted himself as a de facto leader of the accusers. They bent his aggressive nature and prevailed many times under his watch. Yet each time his chance at liberty arose, the Nightwings either defeated him or simply did not show. I guess that's why he doesn't care for us. No matter though. We'll soon give him more reason. See you in the morning, my friend. You bid Hedwyn a good evening. At dawn you shall take flight again. Hello, Big Bertrude. Give me 1 second. Yes. Okay, yes. Ah. You find Big Bertrude looking at the black wagon in a disapproving way. She fixes her gaze on you. Her expression does not change.
Such a clutter added to this wagon since we looked upon it last, unsightly. We remembered thee from our abode in Flagging Hands. Then thou must be the reading one whom Sandalwood referred to.
She moves in close, studying you. You recall that the mere touch of a bog crone of the southern bogs can induce paralysis, or worse. Distant region of the Commonwealth, left well alone despite technically being part of the nation. The cold and forbidding marshlands are home to the bog dwellers of Sar, a colloquially known as crones. God, I cannot speak today. I am so sorry. Colloquially known as crones.
That one such as thee can extract meaning from that tome. 'Twas a feat we wished to witness for ourselves. Thy flesh has seen but the smallest fraction of the years which ours withstood, and yet we are expected to believe that thou can understand the Book of Rights.
Then she backs away for someone else has joined you.
Hail, Bertrude, madam. Is everything to your liking at this time? Is there something more which you require? We have been unable to locate a supply of rotworm gizzard extract among thy belongings. Other than that, we shall lodge no complaint at present.
It is possible that Wolfred has a small supply among his possessions here.
If you would care to accompany me, we may yet procure some. That would be agreeable with us, sir.
Then, after you, madam.
As they depart, you see the lone minstrel nod his head your way. I thank you. Bertrude's Dex, depicting the Greater Titans. Spooky. Give me those mushrooms. These. Okay. No. Actually, hold on. That was something I wanted to do. Talk to Sandra. See what she has. This is where those blasted scribes decided what to do, by the way. They took me and some of my beyonders alive, so do not expect to see the account of that in the good book. Probably presumed that my expulsion for eternity would eventually have taught me some respect for them, but no, not yet. I do not mean that, really. The scribes did spare my life. Not for that, it would never have been thusly trapped. Enjoy your company. Having met a quota for blaspheming for the time, let's get on with it. Boom, let's go. You rise early in the morning, though Bertrude is already awake. She scowls at you. Good morning, reader. Bertrude, I trust your stay has not been too uncomfortable.
Nay, Sandalwood. The comforts of this place are not for us. Fly us forth from here. The lower ground. Let us get on with all of this.
The reader here shall do so. The group is ready. I thank you for your patience. Virtue doesn't sleep confirmed. Yep. Soaring far above the Scholarian shore, you realize Pamitha gazing down at the frozen cliffs below. Frozen oasis tucked between the chaos of the Waking Wood and the sacred Mount Elodiel.
At that damned place down there. I like it least of all, I think. Among everywhere we've been, I'm thankful that there has been no reason to return. Reminds me of my home, is all. The high-winged remnants. You grew accustomed to the thinner air amid the cliffs that breaches the clouds above your commonwealth.
That means you can stay up all night with Bertrude and play Jenga? Yeah, of course, Jenga.
But it was not the nicest place. Little wonder that my sisters settled for a rather warmer base of operations in this land there by the nest of Trieste. Anyway, I'm pleased to have spent as little time as possible here. Let's fly on by, go about our business.
But yes, of course, we will play Jenga. There's something else? No, it was further down.
The hidden glade of Lu is nigh impossible to find on foot, though there it lies below us, protected even now by the enchanted Lu Scholarian 100 Mines. I understand that the river named for him is rather famous in your commonwealth. The mouth of River Scholarian opens wide, not very far from here.
Largest river on the other side, which cascades down, eternally, to the downside. Be gone to distant land beneath our own, more suited to your kind. The sentencing ceremony. Sounds like fun. She looks like a person who would make great tea. Yeah, I feel like she would.
It was there that limbless Arizak was defeated, turning the region lush and livable, a place for certain denizens. Although, of course, not everyone believes this. Your adversaries, the accusers, might be working to find their way there even now. Good fortune you're right against them, reader.
Ooh, vocations. Let's go with vocations. Your wagon touches down in Black Basin, where you met Wilfred and Pamitha. You briefly wonder what might have happened had your paths not crossed as you considered what to do with the remains of the afternoon. Holy shit, Bertrude looks wild. Yeah, she is wild. Wilfred is poring over a copy of the Book of Rites as you approach. You missed our meeting with him? It's fine. The Road to Freedom, written in a book that hardly anyone believes exists, and fewer still can read and comprehend. Sometimes I marvel how absurd all of this is, my boy. Tell me though, I've spent some time considering the book, but known so few with whom I could discuss it in more detail. You've had some time to turn through it by now, so what do you think? Worth all the fuss? She walked in, said, "I'm here, worship me," and that's it. Pretty much. I find it fascinating. Though Wilfred, the book has fascinated you, and that you've never seen anything quite like it. You nod slowly as you describe your experience with it. I share this sentiment. To have in our possession a genuine artifact for a long forgotten time, how much of it is exactly true, and how much of it is the scribe's retelling of events, I find it endlessly fascinating to consider, I must admit. It's fine? Not fine, that's the big Bertrude. I'm sorry, you're right. I'm sorry. It is the big Bertrude. You need to go back and see it. See her entrance. See her speaking. He puts away the book, copy of his book with care. It is amazing that these volumes have survived for all this time, I think. Whatever they are made of has withstood the ravaging effects of time quite well. The ideas there contain, they remain rather provocative as well. To think that the Commonwealth disavows of the existence of this book, despite official recognition of its crimes. Although, the reason why are in there, written plain. How fascinating that its secret have been kept for all this time. Anyway, you'll have to excuse me for my extracurricular interest in its teachings. I used to teach a version of its history. To have access to the real thing has brought me some small pleasure. Let us be certain to preserve these volumes from whoever shall be next to use them. He turns his attention to the other matters and bids you a good afternoon. You won't lie, you mostly like Big Bertrude because her name is Big Bertrude. That is totally fair. You spend a quiet afternoon in the dense foliage of Needlefield, surveying the area with some of your companions. Hail, noble Pamitha! What tidings? Nothing here, either. Whatever lives out here won't bother us. Your investigation yields nothing of note. The three of you return to the wagon for the remainder of the day, where you should have time to pursue your vocations. Let's study in private. Despite your growing knowledge of the Book of Rites, you have yet to grasp certain aspects. Let's finish up that hope. Extract a deeper meaning from the words and teachings of the Book of Rites once you feel it in your core and yet struggle to articulate. We got Spirit, +1 hope. Technically +2 hope. So we have +2 presence, +2 hope. But also she has a big mushroom on her back and you appreciate that. They're gonna go, oh hell no. Glade of Lou. Oh, time for more Falcon Run.
Hey guys. Say, I noticed that your little imp pal, he ain't with you anymore. Is he okay? I hear the wildest thing. That he somehow got out of here. Back to the other side. I'm like, why would an imp want that?
Oh, that's a lot of stardust. It's almost a glade of lewd. Oh, Lamau. Oh, that's so silly. Wait, is this you? Oh, that's the aura burst. It's fine. Just slowly get money. You may regret asking this, but Rudy, how gross can you make the Slugman sound? Oh man, I can certainly try to make him grosser.
That's how you get a repeat customer there, Dad. You give him a good deal.
Something like that, maybe. Oh. Sir Gilman is fuming in anger over something, so much so that you are hesitant to approach him. But you approach him anyway. Exile is too light a sentence for this knight. He then notices oh, the slurp at the start, yeah. I figured I need to make him moister. He notices you then and seizes up. He begins acting rather nonchalant, as though his outburst did not just transpire. Oh, greetings to you, noble master reader. What brings you to this night this afternoon? Ask him if everything is alright. You maintain a gentle tone with them, and ask whether there is something he might wish to discuss. Sir Gilman perhaps could benefit from talking through his woes. He stands there for a moment, silent and dejected, but then... Master Reader, this knight cannot escape the horrors of his past. It seems that you would hear them. Then you have this knight's apology ahead of time for burdening you further with his troubles. Having said that, here, then, are the troubles you requested. You are, of course, familiar with the siege of the Spiral Sanctum. For this night, the memory of it is like a wound which will not close. This knight stood there on the front lines whilst the high-wing remnants descended upon us. So furious was their assault that our chain of command was ruptured instantly. I feel like he would like to discuss how he cheated at Chenga one time. He absolutely would be that type of character. We at the Sea Dominion, we require orders to perform our duty. Without such orders, why, we surely made a very easy target there that eve. One by one, then two by two, they picked us off, becoming bolder, some of them shrieking with laughter all the while. This night, he saw his comrades cast aside like sea flies. How this knight survived, he does not know for certain, even now. Perhaps it is that he attempted to pursue and to detain his own knight commander, whom you met when you first met this knight. That cursed Sir Deluge. If not for his craven cowardness, the Spiral Sanctum, it might have held at least a while longer. But instead we were routed, rendered spineless both in form and deed, Sir Deluge was first to turn and flee as our chain of command crumbled. And as for this knight, he failed to catch his knight commander. He must have looked a coward too. Thus came time for penance, and this knight, why, he insisted on only one course of action reasonable. He insisted on sentence to the downside. And as you can plainly see, his wish was then fulfilled. How absurd that he should re-encountered his old knight commander here soon after. Thus did this knight become obliged once more to Sir Deluge. We took to the waters of the Sea of Solace, where soon we met the Pyre Hearts, a triumvirate exclusive to our kind. It was plain to see that they lacked wherewithal, and Sir Deluge, they thought he could provide it. The leadership they sought, and his was too much of a coward to decline. Cheating at Jenga is easy. When you sneeze, you're about to lose, and no one will notice. You just sneeze when you're about to lose, and no one's gonna notice. I guess so. As for this knight, being in the Sea Dominion, he had little choice but to comply. Or so he at first he thought. When he encountered you and the Nightwings, something awakened within him. With so little honor left to lose and so much left to gain, it became eminently clear that this knight stood a better chance within your ranks than those of Sir Deluge. And there's little left to say. This knight cannot escape his past, and yet he chooses to believe that he was spared that day not merely by coincidence. Perhaps under King Ors has yet plans in store in which this knight may play a part. This knight, he clings, however faintly, to that hope. He slithers away, his head bowed low. It seems best to leave him for now, since he feels relieved after having shared all this. I think we're good. You'll be real, you don't remember any of what he said? So essentially, he was part of Sir Deluge's regiment, and like they were trying to hold the Spiral Sanctum, but the High Wing remnants attacked them like in the middle of the night. They were unprepared. Sir Deluge turned tail and run as part of the chain of command. Then pretty much everything fell because he was a coward and he left and ran. And Sir Gilman tried to catch him because he's a deserter. Like, Sir Deluge is a deserter. So he tried to go and catch him, but he failed. And he feels bad about that. He feels like maybe if he caught Sir Deluge, or he did something different, it would have gone differently, you know? And so he feels that exile is the best course of action. In a way to regain his honor. Once more you have returned to the Glade of Lu, and your companions stand ready beneath the still night sky, waiting the commencement of the rites. We're up against the accusers. They'll be ready for us this time.
Lower thy voice and raise thine eyes aloft.
Just then you observe a glint of starlight that begins to shine above. Your companions soon fall silent. Oh gosh. Unfathomed learned. +8 quickness. I'm good. You're back? Mom needed some help with something? Welcome back.
The much vaunted reader has returned, and it would appear his ranks grow stronger. consorting with the bog crone Bertrude, are we? How very strange that you befriended her.
What do you mean?
At any rate, your adversaries in this right
You should go get water. Yeah. Get some water.
accusers. Put out their flame and walk the path to liberty.
Ah, you. We are ready for you, Nightwings. Come, accusers. Let us crush them and be done here, quickly.
Liberatus.
Hold the moment, reader. The crone Bertrude, so there's fourth, wearing the raiments of the ranks.
Somvarte praventus.
Now that Bertrude is among her ranks, it would be best if you became familiar with her repertoire. You have no obligation to make use of her abilities. Reader Bertrude, please show the reader something of your aptitude. We expect thou shalt be soon inclined to bring our sorceries to bear. Long have we studied these rites of thine. Let us show thee what we know of them thus far.
The bog crone Bertrude shows herself in full. Though I have to wonder what became of her accomplices. Of one accomplice in particular.
You don't worry
watch
about her
yourself around her, reader.
accomplices.
None are sentenced into exile without sufficient cause.
She has a big jump. Kind of like Jodariel, but like she gets more distance. She kind of drifts when you do that. Look at that, she's drifting. Her cloak has a tail sock? Yes, it does. Okay, and her blast is different than the others. We've kind of seen it before, but it spreads out like that. Now then, reading one, know that our freedom is of little consequence to us. We side with thee because of Sandalwood, because of his plan. We shall aid thee in the rights. We shall aid thee in that plan. Thus we are at thy disposal and await thy bidding.
Now we shall get started.
Oh yeah, and we can look at the other guys. No, sorry. Lendell. He's a cop. Blah blah blah. Game blah blah blah. Bride. The records state he refused to accept the idea that his initial suspicions were incorrect. Been down here for 6 years. Okay. So we gotta put in Bertrude first, right? You're gonna go get some food, lay down because you're feeling a bit tired. Okay, potato. Hope you feel better.
Bertrude.
Maybe some of the others. Here's the thing.
while that's good, the extra 3 isn't super great. You might stay lurky straight up pass out. Yeah, that's totally fine. See you around. Okay, potato. She needs to level up. She does. It depends on who I'm taking. If I'm taking Sir Gilman, I don't know if he'll level up. Tamitha is correct. I don't know if I want this. Something else. Because her own thing, it only deals 3 damage, and that's not enough. I guess we'll take Sir Gilman.
Sir Gilman.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Well, actually, if we're sending Sir Gilman for the money... Yeah, let's do that. And let's just try and get some extra.
Now,
For the glory of the Nightwing! For the glory of the Nightwings! Come then, Nightwings. We are prepared for you.
commence. Have the accusers
Ooh, there we go.
underestimated you? None left unscathed.
Oh man, the amount of aura, like the distance on that. Maxed out.
Their pyre shan't survive much more of that.
Lendell is bad. He is bad.
Nightwing's pyre burns brighter for now. Poof goes Lendl. Good luck, Nightwings. Alas for
Oops.
Gilman. Oh. Such a blow
There we go.
against the adversary's pyre.
Okay, one more and I'll get the max on that. Ooh.
Ho, ho, ho. Banishment for all.
Ooh. Oh, my bad.
Sir Gilman plunges into the fire.
There we go. We're at max for that.
No mercy shown. Spectacularly done.
No, not again. I cannot lose to you again. This cannot be happening to me. Oh, it is. Get ready, Bucko.
The Worm Knight somehow did it. The rite is nearly ended.
Oh, so close.
Close.
Oh, fuck.
Pathetic.
You know what? That's fair.
Lendl
Oh, he
plunged
dunked.
into your eye.
He dunked on me. This is the first time you teamed rolled. Oh, this is the first time I rolled. I steamrolled him.
Oh. And it is done. The Night Wings prevail.
Get fucked,
Mayhap the
Lendl.
scribes shall simply smite them down next time. The ceremony is complete.
Last. A decorated constable of the Commonwealth should end up having to consort with these fools. And these accursed robes and miserable circumstances. Those damned scribes certainly exist. For it is clear they have no love for me, or anyone of decent birth and station. Our adversary would appear to be most flustered by his failure.
Isn't Brig Bertrude, like, really well known? Do you think Lendl saw her and was like, is that fucking Big Bertrude? She's under the raiments. And she didn't take them off until just now, so... If he did see her, then yes. But as far as he knows, she's just a bog crone. A common bog crone.
Boundless are the
Maybe
teachings
slightly
of the
bigger than usual.
scribes.
Oh,
Sir
leveled up.
Gilman's not as foolish as his lowly kind.
How do you pronounce her? Oh wait, for her? I don't know. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I just go. Something like that. This night wonders at times about why we are here. What? Oh, sorry. I was reading that normally. I've been rubbing my eyes and reading. Okay. Oh. This night wonders at times about why we are here and which forces have transpired to bring us here together. Has Under King Ors himself taken an interest in this noble quest? Don't make fun of me. I'm kidding. For 10 seconds after banishing an adversary, he deals... That's not... I don't banish too much with Gilman, unfortunately. But freezing all exiles for 3 seconds. I think that's good.
The ancient crone called Bertrude opened up.
Thus does our grasp of ancient sorceries grow even stronger still.
Well, Bertrude's Pyre has less than the adversary's Pyre. She deals an additional 5. Well, it has more, she deals an additional 5. Having both of these is beneficial. While her Pyre has less than her adversaries deal -10. Once per right, after saluting adversaries, Bertrude turns them into fast-moving howlers. Which I guess because they're, like, it makes them kind of weaker? While slithering, she uses 50% less stamina and moves 50% more, 30% more. Charge up time before Virtue can use her aura blast is greatly reduced. Arcs at a wide angle, banishing her adversaries in a larger area. I think just having these two in general are good. So,
The secrets of the Wild Witch.
smaller
revealed.
aura probably if you have a team fight with a big presence. Yeah. That's probably it.
Until the stars align.
After defeating the accusers in a rather one-sided conquest, we return to the wagon to find Wolfred and the lone minstrel in the midst of a conversation. Most strange that this one star should be illuminated now. This is not what I expected. Nor I, Sir Wolfred. Then Wolfred notices you there. Reader, Tariq and I observed a strange occurrence in the sky is all. It appears that the star of Calmer Rope Collar is illuminated now. It is but another star, except our models and predictions of the cosmos did not anticipate this. Calmer Rope Collar, the first exiles came to these lands not by force, but by heeding the Rope Collar's deception. The traitorous former aide of the Emperor, his actions inadvertently led the 8 scribes to find each other. Anyway, go see for yourself. Shall make the wagon ready in the meantime. You see only a single shining star illuminated far above. Almer, the rogue star. The rogue star burns bright over an isolated little island in the Sea of Solace. Tamitha is already on her way. You hear the star leads to the nearest Jumba Juice? Mm-hmm. Surprised they get those there.
Then we are summoned to the Isle of Kamer.
Led to this strange island and met a fitting end.
Deep within the deathless tempest.
Have you been before, Tariq?
So long ago, I scarce recall the time. Only the scent. It is the place from whence the creatures native to this land sprang forth.
Reader, let us not concern ourselves with superstitions held about the place. We'll set forth at dawn, and soon see for ourselves what to make of it. Hi, Big Bertrude. Now she does have like a mushroom thing going on. You find Bertrude asleep, or perhaps in a deep trance, or even you sense nothing from her. Edwin notices as well and joins you to check on her. Haven't seen her like this before. She's barely breathing. She's not responding. He leans in for a closer look when
Hold thine advanced knave. Dare thee to disturb our slumber?
I'm terribly sorry, Bertrude. The reader and I, we were just checking to make sure you were alright. Because of how we saw you there just now.
And how exactly didst thou see us there just now?
Well, you appeared to be dormant, or perhaps...
Didst thou think that we had simply perished here perchance, crumpled over in our ancient age? A weakling barely clinging to this wretched coil?
No, I mean, maybe. I sincerely apologize for having disturbed you, Bertrude. I know all this must be adjustment to having to be around someone like me. Maybe the others too. Is there anything we can do to make your stay more comfortable?
I shall not yield to thy flirtations, boy.
Flirtations? Wait, no,
Know that our hearts belong to another already, boy. Thou knowest nothing of our ways, whilst waking or in dream. Thus we advise thee ample caution in thy future interactions, lest we use thee as subject for our sorceries. However, we do appreciate thy flattery. Thine advances make us feel like a young dad once more. We were among the most sought after of our kind within the southern bogs.
wisely, Hedwin remained silent.
Thou art free to depart now, boy.
Hedwin turns to leave, but
Know that we do appreciate thou taking time to check upon us whilst we dream. And know that our stay amongst thee has been comfortable enough thus far.
thank you, Gertrude.
Thou art welcome, boy.
Despite the oddness of the exchange you witness, you sense that Hedwin and Gertrude gain a better understanding of each other. Yeah, she thinks he's flirting with her, constantly. Okay. Let us continue. And it's been raining in the lava place. More time for vocations. Might do that. Wilfred joins you as you soar high above the storm-ravaged waters and approach to the infamous Isle of Kmart. Infamous Isle of Kmart. That's just what it's gonna be. It's gonna be Kmart now. Amongst its cursed qualities, it seems this wretched storm means I cannot brightly smoke. One of the downsides, small misfortunes, I suppose. What? Hey, Sonic. You had no idea I was streaming? Yeah, I've been streaming. Hell yeah, let's go to Kmart after Jumbo Juice. Hell yeah.
The wagon's drivers seem not to mind, at least. In fact, they seem more animated now even than usual, sir.
Perhaps they feel some sort of connection to this place. Like, do you suppose the essence were able to make it here intact?
They ought to have seen it in the stars. Though, we soon shall know for certain.
Kmart run, hell yeah. That we shall. Take us in, please, reader. Yeah, let's go with the vocations, because I kind of want to get all of them. Don't know if we'll have time, but I want to get all of them. You make the landing within the Delta's Tempest, far west of where you first breached the shores. Okay. I'm just gonna talk to Sandra real quick. How you doing, Sonic? How's it going? Yeah, what's on your mind? What? No, I did not mean to bid you farewell. Oh, I cannot. Okay, let us go then. Being stuck out here like this sure isn't doing me any favors. I don't think I feel good about this place at all. Today I don't. You decide to focus on pursuing vocations. Ah, now we can talk. Now do you want to talk?
Demetha is staring out the window as you approach. I miss flying, Rita darling. Take it from me, feels as good as you'd expect. Not enough for these Commonwealth brutes to cast us down here. If they can get their fingers on us, they make sure we never fly again, as once we did. All while calling it an act of mercy. Let me ask you something, You've learned a thing or two. What have your studies taught you of my kind? Oh, interesting. High-winged remnants have despoiled the Commonwealth for an entire age. The long-held enmity between the Harps and the Commonwealth has led the winged race to ruin. It is said that when some of the ancient Harps relinquished their wings, the conflict began. Commonwealth rumors and folk tales are to be taken at a healthy dose of skepticism. Board go brr. Oh, burr. Borb. Burb. Burb go brr. How about common ancestor? You understand that long ago there was only one tribe. They flew together and conquered the known world. But some of their descendants were born different. These wingless ones had little choice but tend the land, with their hands of flesh. Over time the wingless were disavowed, abandoned. It was said that they were born under dark stars. In time they formed the Empire, and they fought back. The Empire of Sar dominated the known world for millennia, till the doomed reign of Solium Mur. Never shall we make the wicked errors of our predecessors, Archjustice Androboles IV. Not all the winged and wingless were at odds, and famous harps such as Saint Triesta Titus proved kinship could be possible. Nonetheless, old hatreds are not easily assuaged. That is a fairly accurate to our account of things. So, in a manner, you yourself are a brother to me. My kind certainly aren't known for their good sense of humor. I can tell you that. My little tongue has got me into no small amount of difficulty, till I learned to keep it well under control. Titty Triesta Tethys. The mountain I came from, the views there certainly are something, but there's a bleakness to it too. Being surrounded only by those consumed by the desire to avenge. Sorry for the late reply, been gaming all day. No problem. Haven't had to wear a Kalia. We're very proud like that. Everybody vying to be the strongest to kill the most of you. That way we might just get a shot with the prince. Continue the line, if he even exists. Your understanding is that the males of the harps are all gone, though perhaps one remains. They mate as poisoned spiders do, and would slay each other in their sleep. Huh. Imagine that being the best case scenario, darling. She shakes her head. Anyway, I was just thinking, I'd rather enjoy the traveling we've done. This change of scenery does me some good. Perhaps I'll stick to wandering after all this. In fact, I have a fancy for some wandering right now, if you'll excuse me. Titty. Hey, Amboyga, how you doing? She heads out of the wagon into the eerie stillness of Deathless Tempest. So we're sending in Bertrude again. Anything that might. I think I'm gonna send in Gay, Bertrude, and Pamitha, I guess. Tiny Tempest, entertaining but would unleash calamity if it ever got him bottled. Oh. A magma mug, provide a bit of warmth on cold nights.
You ever just keep like an entire literal storm in a bottle? Soulless shell, a sparkly thing in its center is in fact its heart. It airs from time to time. Hello, cuties. But also, hello, cutie, Amboya. So is the mug a lava lamp? Much less than that. Or much more, rather. Oh god, why is it... Oh, okay, I was like, it just... Huh. Did you know that you guys are heckin' cuties? It's true. Fun fact for the day. Lava lamp, fucking choice, dude. Hell yeah. Okay. Each point of glory raises how much it deals. Yeah. So we go +1 quickness. Day of work was long. So been a cozy bean watching anime since you got back? Hell yeah. That sounds like an awesome time. What kind of anime you been watching? You're not cutie, you're Feeny? Oh. Feeny is also cutie though. A messenger imp with news and rumors from the other side manages to track down your wagon in the tumultuous waters of Deathless Tempest. The imp's latest information is that none other than Tizo, who you liberated at the fall of Solium. Everybody says he is the first creature of his kind to come to the Commonwealth. Been watching the Persona 5 anime? Nice. I still haven't seen that myself. And I haven't played Persona 5 Royale, so... yeah. No PS4? Ah, heck. I hope the anime is a good substitute for that. Because I might just do that. I might just watch the Persona 5 anime instead. Yeah, I excuse me. I do hope it's a good substitute for that. Feeny backwards is cutie patootie. Did you know? Fun fact by Opti. While this unique status brought Tizo no short of a prestige, he nonetheless experienced difficulty acclimating to the new environment. It seems that he grew quite despondent. Then at last he managed to track down Volfred's agents, with whom he is working to find a means to bring more exiles home. Thus has the revolution grown stronger. He also left for you a special verbal message via his most trusted messenger, who rears up and intones this. Tizo wants you to know he's doing well, but misses you, and hopes to see you again. Royale is just the OG P5, but has quality of life updates, you thought? It has quality of life updates, but it also has extra content. And like extra, I think a few new characters, if not just at least one. Anime is very condensed, as you'd imagine. You've been enjoying it since it's a good refresher for P5 strikers. I forgot that came out. I really want to play that too. But that would be a good refresher. How do I pronounce it? I mean, I said I wasn't gonna do these, but fuck it. Something like that. You get the one. You guys get the one. They released it as a separate game like Persona 4 Golden. Yeah. Definitely. It adds a extra post-game, new characters for the main story. Doesn't change the main story per se, but it adds just a bunch of extra stuff. I hate you guys. I hate you guys. You thank the messenger imp for the report, and ask that it relay your kind regards. Your companions soon begin to talk in turn. Oft is it said that good things come in smallish packages, and Tizo stood as living proof. And living he remains, apparently.
Truly, once more it seems I underestimated him and his resilience. Good on him. If anyone or anything can change the Commonwealth, it may well be Tizo. I'm so happy for him. I wish I could have had a friend like him when I was there. Very, very bright, that one. Would have served well as our familiar. Perhaps someday, yet it shall be so. I guess that makes him an expatriate of sorts, ditching his downside home in favor of the Commonwealth. Who would have thought? I shall look forward to our next reunion, Tizo. Perhaps when we're back among the stars. The news of Tizo's adventures in the Commonwealth fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. +1 hope. Hell yeah. Your wagon shudders to a halt at the Isle of Kmart. The island of Kmart. Bizarre outcroppings give it a forbidden feeling. In the distance, you hear an odd gibbering noise. Sound like drive imps? Oh boy, time to be Falcon Ron again.
Oh, I got him, Flash.
Oh, hey guys. How did you find me all the way down here? I mean, this is for extra special customers. Ah, I'm only joking. Only joking. You're the only customers I've got.
Moshe.
Got you again. Only joking about that too. Because I got a ton of customers. It's just they already bought a lot of stuff today, so they're not here. Okay?
He's trying not to spew when he does his voice, you can hear it. Honestly, no. Am I sipping water? I have to.
Anyways, I just got in a little something here which maybe you'll be into. Been hearing about these little numbers for a while. Check them out.
He reveals to you a set of twin rings, a jeweled band and a ruined band. You thought it was spit, like a lot of spit? I cannot produce that amount of spit on command. I have to sip water. Effect grants the bearer +2 presence, +2 quickness, +2 hope. A set bonus at the start of a round, briefly gain infinite stamina if an ally has the ruined band. Weak? Okay, I see. An old enchanted ring never found far from its humbler counterpart. Okay, these are basically the same. Oh god, okay.
Thinking these fingers are supposed to be for a couple of lovebirds. Know what I mean? But anybody could probably use them, provided they was to buy them off me. I was gonna get them for myself, but anyways, let me know if you want them.
This is what you guys wanted. This is actually what you guys wanted. I did want that, but you know what? We continue saving money.
Shitawa Fali Shay.
Thanks for stopping, guys.
This is literally what you guys wanted. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
Pamitha finds you as everyone is preparing for the coming rite against the essence. Despite this meaning yet another confrontation with her blood sister, she seems very calm.
You just realized Rudy's voice is the same voiceover as the Chinese kung fu movie you watched? Hold on. Wait a second. What do you mean? I need to know. While you have a weak spit game, it also means that you aren't one of those people who spit on the ground every 5 minutes. Whew. I mean, I guess that's an upside, yeah. I need a fair amount of water. I guess I don't swallow my like, I don't have to swallow my spit often, you know? So I guess you're right, but I also don't really have... You know what, let's just drop this. This is a weird conversation. Let's just go. It's gay to swallow saliva, bro.
I know what you're thinking, Rita darling. So, let me assuage you any misgivings you might have. It'll be strictly business between me and Tamitha this time. Believe me. Believe me. I know there's nothing I can do for her. I am nothing to her. I still can be of use to you all. I got Tamitha in here because I was tired of our own kind throwing ourselves Commonwealth lances. Maybe this plan of ours might finally ensure an end to all of that. It's at 41%.
You gay as fuck, boy. Them sippies.
He flies off to join the others just as night begins to fall and usher in the stars. +8 presents. Lord Gandroth, Unfathomed Plurns, Eastlak Astralborn, Limbless Arizek, Endriga the Widow, and Archbeast Sungris. I will be choosing none of these because damn does it get, like, really hard. Enough. Astralborn. That's what its name is. It is what created the bog and is still kind of like taking life from the planet.
The 8 scribes dragged you all the way into the blasphemous Isle of Kaelma. Here you are to be surrounded by even more gibbering nitwits than usual. The triumvirate you stand against shall be the Essence. Reduce their pyre to a smolder and step closer to freedom. Now prepare yourselves.
Once more does this Commonwealth filth darken an already inauspicious night. Amitha remains steady alongside your fellow exiles, and shows no response to being in the presence of her blood sister once again. Amitha looks right at her the entire time she speaks, but never once acknowledges her directly. But there's no more need for any talk between our kind. We are forever at cross purposes. No further proof is needed than these circumstances under which we meet. Amitha does not acknowledge her. You sense only that she is focused on the rite, that to commence at any moment.
Who shall conduct this rite?
It'll once again be Bertrude. Yes. Bertrude, Pamitha, and Gay. Do we want the higher auric casting? An aura casting raises range. Yeah, that would be good. Well, actually, I might not be bad on hammer that, but also getting those kills on good. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with this. Let's go with the money.
Bertrude. Gay.
Shiru-sama?
A choice is cast.
Okay, I think I am ready.
Come forth, you Commonwealth scum! Sisters, show them no quarter.
As the rite commences, the imps throughout the cavernous area roar with excitement. Our struggles and our plan, mere entertainment to these lonesome creatures.
Begging your pardon, sir. The imps of the Isle are quite passionate about the rites. Just now they offered a bounty in soul, if our triumvirate proves worthy.
They would pay us? In exchange for what exactly? And where did they get the soul, for that matter?
My understanding is they wish to see us perform various feats of glory. As for the source of their wealth, who can say how much soul lies within the lost sea?
Flashy displays of mastery in the rites, which certain types of imps are willing to pay to see.
Reader, it may seem beneath you, but the opportunity is real. The soul could be of benefit.
Indeed, reader my boy. It is yours to decide if entertaining these sad creatures is a justifiable distraction during these affairs. We trust your judgment. Now, let us not distract you further here. Okay, salute the imps.
Now begin.
Ugh.
An opportunity.
Oh, nice.
Tis taken. The path
Oh.
to glory laid bare.
It, knocked us into it. Okay.
Spectacular.
Ooh. Banish 2 and a single aura casting. I think I could do that. You know, if they don't... Damn, it's so close.
So fiercely fought.
I'm not gonna take this chance.
Gay's aim was true.
This would actually be best. Hey, got it.
With you all. Shame.
Oh, they got it. That was my bad.
There goes old Bertrude. Now go. Gay did it.
Yeah, the gay did it. Okay, I'm maxed out on bounty.
Banished each in turn. Oh my word.
The imps grow more and more agitated with each passing moment. Some start spilling onto the sacred grounds.
You little imbecile, stand back, or I might rend you into pieces.
What are those blasted creatures doing?
What are they doing?
This is a sacred tradition, not some boorish spectacle.
Oh no.
Pyre sputters.
You know what? Good on them.
Resplendent.
Okay, one more. Let's go.
Now, end the ceremony. Well, banished.
Oh, so close. Archers up. No!
Orb quenches
Dang it.
the flame.
Gay, gay, gay. Homosexual.
Oof. There.
In
It is
we
done.
go. Hell yeah.
The Night
Play
Wings
it.
prevail yet again. A rite conducted with aplomb. The rite is ended.
Defeated. Are we? Then I hope that you shall see your Commonwealth again with your own eyes, so that you can watch it burn.
What stirs now
Thank
in
you for the
hearts
clapping.
of all these exiles?
Bestie Happy.
She
I
now
just want you to
stands
know that I
closer
appreciate
to
you
the
so much.
scribes,
Aw.
the little moon-touched girl.
I feel so overwhelmed. I think because the scribes, I think they speak to me and lift me up whenever I begin to think that I'm going to fall.
Alright. Yeah, having infinite stamina at the time is very, very good. So close to a level.
Bertrude's lust for knowledge becomes manifest.
The strangest designs of the eight scribes. Their everlasting sorceries are strong within this land. We shall make yet further use of them, we think.
Alright, we were gonna go with deal additional damage regardless.
Until the next rite.
Love you, Bestie Feeny. Aw, you guys are cute. After you and your fellow exiles overcame the essence, the lone minstrel, you find the lone minstrel tending to one of your own. Amethyst seems unwell, though you cannot sense why. How are you feeling, madam? Can't hardly move my wings at all right now. It's like terribly exhausted all of a sudden. I see. Then please, do not exert yourself, or try. Lone Minstrel motions for you to come closer. Reader,
Ametha appeared rather disoriented, more fatigued than usual, or feeling not entirely present. Symptoms of banishment sickness.
Ailment suffered by those who frequently conduct the rites, debilitating but fleeting. Sense of loss and isolation during banishment sometimes extends beyond that time.
She should soon be able to take part in the light activities, I think. But under no circumstances shall she be able to conduct the rite. Now then, I ought not keep you from the stars above. Please go and have a look for them. For all of us. I think are anxious to depart this place.
Stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. Hau, the Midnight Star. Kol, the South Star. Ors, the Azure Star. Fight the Witch, we fight the Tempers, or we fight Manly. See who's coming up. Okay. I'm gonna leave this decision to you guys, because I'm gonna go use the restroom. We have the Witch Udamildi at the water place. Demon Ignarius. And I think that's the fireplace. Not sure. And we have Manly at the South Star, the place where we started. I'm gonna let you guys choose. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Eat Manly? You're gonna assume Water Place is a water park? What? Oh, the water place was the, where we fought the Pyre, not the Pyre Hearts. Or was it the Pyre Hearts? I think it was the Pyre Hearts. It was the one that we found Sir Gilman at. On the ship. Yeah, it's Six Flags. Yeah, it's Six Flags. Give me a second. Let's send a message real quick. The message Rudy is sending is gay, gay, homosexual, gay. Yep. That's the one. You can see it on the Twitter. I'm kidding, it didn't. So Saul says eat manly. So I guess we're gonna eat manly. And we're gonna destroy him. I see. It's time we meet again with Manly and the Chastity. You surprised we haven't summoned Renee yet? Same. We can make for the Ridge of Gold at first light, my boy. Let us recover through the night. For now, it is too late to do much else. We see this, send gay, gay, homosexual, gay to your favorite homosexual within the 10 minutes or eat Manly. I guess I gotta eat Manly. Gay seems to be in a happy mood. Huh. Though she always seems to be around Jodariel, who is listening to her with patience. So, I would just like look within the sallow camps each daybreak for the morning dew, to drink, and once in a while, I would find maybe a stream to drink from, too. Though, I'd get very thirsty sometimes too. I tried drinking tree sap once. It wasn't very good. Really, it was very bad, I guess. She seems to be discussing how exactly she managed to survive the downside, all alone for so long. Though Dariel watches her intently all the while. Food, well, food was harder to find, usually, because, this is a bit embarrassing, but I tried never to harm a living thing, you know? Because it makes me very sad. Hey, Lumps. How you doing? It's been a while. Yeah, you heard gay. But sometimes it is the way of things. I understood. I do. And so I would eat as often as needed to and tried a lot of different things to see if they were good. Most of them weren't, though. But I got by. I learned to get by. I already knew how, a little bit, because back home where I came from, I had to get by there too. You should face rig your pony and be a YouTuber. I have, not gonna lie, I have given it some serious thought to trying to face rig a pony model and be that kind of VTuber. I don't know if it would be any good. I don't know if it would be very possible, even if it was something with like limited articulation, you know? They have free software for it. I don't know. I'm not sure how good it would be for, you know, this pony. People do it straight from YouTube, too. VTuber Rudy, I've thought about it. I've also thought about it'll be fun. I don't know about that, but like I said, I've thought about it. I haven't really looked into it too much, but I've thought about it. It could be fun. I think it'd also be really funny to have two different versions where it's the pony one here kind of deal where it looks like a pony, but also like anime pretty boy with a unicorn horn. And just like switch between the two every now and then. You can see it and think it would work. Just not being able to look side to side very often. Yeah. Looking side to side would have to literally be like just it flipping over, I guess. Also, I don't really have a camera. You are a pretty boy? Aw, thank you. Like, I don't have a camera or really use a camera or have a camera stand or anything, so I don't know how... I don't really want to get one either. The way they model the hair and rigs would work for the snout. Huh. Make it look natural. Lumps, you are way more invested in this than I am. I You use your phone? I see. I've heard some people do use their phone and it's very useful. 20 bucks on a webcam, easy. I have heard some people use their phones and it's like even more popular people will use their phone and it's very good. We're all invested now? Oh gosh. Okay. Lumps, if you send me some of that stuff, some of the, I guess the software you were talking about, I'll take a look. I guess I'll take a look. But no promises. Yes, that's why Amboyga does it, yeah. Imba. Started eye tracking on the pony to begin. Okay. There's also kind of VTuber, where you just feed your voice through Discord and every time you talk, it'll switch between images, so you like... I have seen that for, the, PopCat type of, the PopCat type of, images on Discord and stuff like that, where, like, you will speak and it has the open mouth and it's literally PopCat open. When you're not speaking, PopCat close. Stuff like that. Lies? Me? Lie? Never. Finley only tells truth. She's a mod. Feeny only tells the truth. I only lie. Which one of us? Wait, no, that's not how that's supposed to go. Fuck, I fucked it up. Dodario remains silent for some time as Gay trails off, then he embraces Gay and holds her tight. Holds her there gently. He lets out a breath, but says nothing. Either, for a while. Gay, may I ask a question of you? Me? Oh, of course. What question is it? Realize. How old are you? Do you know? Oh, I am 19 years old. That is how old I am, I think. Truly. And you have seen a lot, and not a lot of time. Know that you have achieved. What you have achieved is a feat. I have known seasoned soldiers who could not have lived through the experiences you have described. Oh, really? Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have seldom seen Gay look so joyful at this moment. As for Jodario, you could count on hand the number of times you have seen a smile play across her lips. You leave them to their conversation. Oh my god. You have witnessed. I'm banning all of you. Why are y'all like this? Okay, so everybody's like pretty close to being equal. Except for Bertrude. A feat, how many? God damn it. Do it, pop up, ban us now? Offie, no! Sent me some links to get me going. Okay. Well, I'm doing this voice because I accidentally ran into him.
Well, if it isn't the Nightwings flaunting their fancy little flying wagon, eh? You think you're better than us, mates, eh? Bah! You ain't better than the dung I stepped in last night. Now, get on out of here. I've a mind to leap on there and rip your cousins out, you hear me?
I'm sorry for how loud I was. God damn it. But yeah, thank you, Lumps. Not running into anyone else. Gertrude slithers up to you as the black wagon passes through the skies above her former abode.
Our kind who lurk below, they would scarce believe we soar above them now. We told them when Sandalwood came to fetch us, but we shall not return for some time.
Sitting here writing and suddenly screams, "I'm so sorry, Saul. I'm so sorry. I accidentally ran into Barker Ashpaws and he's super loud."
Our most accomplished laborers, with whom we share so many moons in exile. We trust that they shall carry forth the reputation of our services. For we taught them all we know.
She seems almost nostalgic as she lists off various services provided at Big Birchwood's. Curses, balms, potions, powders, cleaning reagents, sleep medicines, fungicides, seances. Big Birchwood's earned quite a name for itself through the downside. For these and other things. Gives us the same reason too. It's all good. First up, this is not manly. Yeah, it's not manly.
When we are finished here, provided we do not return from whence we came, we shall return to our establishment and carry on our business there, for there is much demand.
She happy to be working down here. Nope, not gonna run into anyone else. Okay, where'd you go? Something of value. No, let's do vocations. I really want to get all of them. Beyond the Crystal seeks Bertrude. Hey, can I talk to you? Why are you doing this, reaching out to me again like this? I've been abandoned in this blasted rock more times than you can count. She laughed. I fear it will be different this time. Before, I knew that someone else would come around and pick up where the previous idiot left off, but now? Scoffs and falls silent for a time. Seems there might not be a next time after this. What I am to understand about the stars out there is even half the truth. So then, I anticipate an eternity of utter solitude, without having blasted rights to keep me company. Understand that while I may be apparition in the glass to you, I yet retain a shred of self. Do not happily foresee that outcome. And yet, you keep on coming back to me like this. If this is all in service of torment, you are most cruel, O lovely reader. Commendably so, I have to say. So then, am I to understand you wish to spend more time with me thus? Knowing full well the stars are soon to put an end to this little affair. As if in answer to her question, you feel what seems to be the Beyonder Crystal itself. The Beyonder Crystal seems to be pulling you away. Ancient sorcery that sentenced Sandra to this crystal prison is not something to be trifled with. If you are able to provide some welcome company for her, then you shall do it. Yeah. You can't hear the words and carry on without singing "My wayward son, bring him peace when you are gone, lay your weary head to rest, and don't you cry you know in your head." Fair. Yeah, let's comfort her. You focus your mind and remain where you are, there, with Sandra, in the confines of the Beyond the Crystal, and remain there with her for some. No words need to be exchanged between the two of you, and in the darkness there, for once, she does not feel alone. Soon, however, she bids you to depart. You shall leave these idiots of yours listless if you remain here for too long. Be gone already. And we know if you have need for me. Yes, you wanted a scribe trial. Summon Bertrude. He does have some potential.
We sense that thou hast need for us. Ugh.
Bakron says as Bertrude can bounce quickly over adversaries to douse their pyre. The apparition Sandra appears. Listen well, crone, you answer the meaning here. How very eloquent. May your vast experience exceed your knack for pleasant conversation. Oh, they're going down. Hacks of victory. Oh. Hell yeah. We got this. That one was easy.
A simple test, undeserving to be called a challenge.
Oh, that's a failure just for gloating, crone. But these are not my rules, and your performance was sufficient. Congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely reader. Excuse me.
Good riddance to that mouthy wraith.
Melit's tail looks like beef jerky. Not even gonna lie. Bertrude's blast pierces through solid objects, which is so good. Put that on her right now. We're not gonna use her for this coming right, I think, but it's so good. Where is that? Sorry. Okay.
Hold, Master Reader! This knight and the good Jodariel shall reconnoiter in your steed.
They depart, leaving you to rest up. They return later. With nothing to report, you are feeling better and are in the midst of deciding which of your vocations to pursue. Pursue. Yes, that is what I meant to say. Just as she finished polishing the various bottles, flasks, and vials that your fellow exiles have collected.
The evidence of thy travels, how brazenly you put them on display. Ye tempt these lands to swallow ye.
She lets out a long breath.
Nonetheless, these trinkets stir our memories, not merely of these lands, but of the country whence we came. Know, reading one, that we here are here because of Sandalwood. We met him long ago, within the southern bogs. He offered many courtesies, In exchange, we found agreeable. We sought certain reagents necessary to our studies of the heaven and the earth. And he knew where to procure them. In exchange, we were to boil for him our finest inks, a certain recipe, notorious yet secret. Its stain would never be removed. Oh, but the Commonwealth misliked. 'Twas then we first began collecting samples of the region of the downside, for Sandalwood was ever true to his word. Long had he studied this accursed place, Black Basin, the chaos of the deathless tempest, the richness of the bogs of flagging hands, lands so far away, and yet they called to us. If Molten Melith was able to traverse the downside in its entirety an age ago, then surely 'twas not beyond reckoning that we could do the same. Furthermore,
But she hesitates.
it matters not, reading one. Thou hast indulged our tales long enough. For now.
He slithers away without further explanation. She seems reluctant to discuss the circumstances of her past with Wolfred, yet sense that she is here by choice. Okay. Continue the study in private. Quickness. Now we are very quick. Hate to see you go, love to watch you leave. Jesus Christ. Oh, here we go, Manly. Time to beat you up again. Oh boy, time to do fucking run.
Hey guys, how long's it been since last I told you you're my favorite customer? Because I just wanted to remind you that it's definitely true, okay? So come on in, I guess.
Oh, we have enough. Holy shit, +5. Huh. Damn, that's only 0.2 seconds. Man. Wait a second. No, I cannot. Okay, your essay is written. By that you mean you wrote a lot of random words and said it's a random papers. Your head spins. I think that's good enough too. Good job, Saul. I'm proud of you. And +1 second. Excuse me. Okay, wait. I can sell this back. Right? I cannot upgrade that. Well, that's not bad. having the ruined bands isn't bad, but also having... Hold on. What skills do I have? If I use him, they remain banished for 2 seconds longer. And if I... the other thing is 3 seconds total. 3 seconds is a pretty good amount of time. But... no, getting them off the field is better for now. So we're going to pull this back to you. Get this. For now.
Pleasure doing business with you guys. So,
That's it. We have a lot to read from this book, by the way. If you haven't. Now it's almost daunting, but... Alright. Let me go through it. We found each of the others in due time by fate, not by coincidence. The wise Luz Galarian stood amongst the trees, gazing at the stars, expecting us. The witch Milith was so enthralled by the liege's utter transformation, she stayed her sorcery. Blessed-born Triesta swooped down upon us, but to warn of imminent attack. The many-maned Jomur thus intervened, shared with us his humor and his hunt. Even the Underking Ors himself sought out an audience with us, thus he became the 8th and journeyed on together. The scribe's deeds. I wish to be remembered not for both boastfulness, thus I refrained from detailing our exploits across the lands, save to say that they were numerous. Know that only through our combined strength of arms and wit did we withstand the savage land. Such were the monstrous dangers that it posed. I came to see that all the terrors which I heard at bedside in my youth were based entirely in fact. So great they were, they blotted out the sky. Such was the evil that we vanquished, that the remnants of it yet shined under the stars. And in the end, it was the stars which guided us towards our truest calling. We rid the land of an impending doom, but faced another of its kind. For we knew that we were trapped. Yet for each danger which we faced, for every failed ambush by Arch, we met with gentle souls and kindred spirits in the downside, who deserved more than to fade from memory within this land. It was then the stars themselves showed us the way, delineating a great voyage across the sea. Near broken we became, but then, at last, a moonlit vision, that of the rights. The rights. Thus shall they say of us, the 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours. And then moving on to book 2, or chapter 2, Living in Exile, by Jomur Minimane. Once I too roamed free. I remember well those days in which I was called chief. I traveled all the world over. On my 4 good paws, I was well adored. I wanted to grow stronger. Here at last I have. I shall not mince my words. This place shall either harden you or kill you. It shall haunt you with old memories. You share the exile's plight. My charge is to alleviate the sting of it for you for a little bit, and to prolong your stay, but only for as long as needed. Your charge is to return. We call this place the downside for a reason, but in time, here you can learn to eat, to seek out shelter, and to find a certain beauty in unlikely places. You cannot survive the downside if you cannot get around. Howlers shall descend on you, or tempests shall shear you to pieces. That is just the weight of it. Traveling through the environs is no simple feat. Consider yourself blessed if you were born a current. If not, you shall have a means to cross the lands without the benefit of 4 strong paws. Luz Galarian believes this untamed land can be traversed through means unnatural. I thought at first that he meant sorcery, but he suggests invention.
He speculates that carriages could cross this land by harnessing its fury. A wild thought. In my case, my paws shall suffice. I know of no polite way to describe the climate here. It oppresses every living thing, except perhaps the native flora in a few specific areas. Once more, the recommended course is to keep moving. Moving keeps you warm when it is cold, or when it is very hot. You use what strength you can to move somewhere you can think and breathe. The weather in the downside seems intrinsic to the different regions, which my good friend Molten Melith shall describe. Shelter can be difficult to find, and you cannot stay in it for very long. Perhaps, however, shelter can accompany you rather than constrain you. How to sustain oneself with food and drink in such a place as this. The less said of it, the better. Do not complain, observe, and above all, keep moving. Sources of sustenance avail themselves to those with keener senses, and warmer climates search the ground at break of day. For subterraneans, colder places dig for them, give them purpose. Drinking pools are rare, but moisture in abundance outside of the sandfolds. Some is poisonous, do what you need. The downside limits any opportunities for excess, but it provides enough amenities to meet the needs of life. Those who withstand it cannot help but feel a sense of gratitude. Downside diseases. Ailments in the downsides often give no warning when they strike. For those who keep moving and make no attempts to settle, they reduce their risk. The afflictions come in multiple varieties. In the bogs of flagging hands, pallor tends to sink into the skin, then into the mind. The nauseating sea of soulless north of here is difficult for some to tolerate. Very hot or very cold environs bring their specific side effects. My coat is not as lustrous now. My fangs are long. Like all aspects of the downside, all these ailments shall share a purpose to test your body, mind, and spirit. They only appear to harm. Accept them, surpass them, move on. There is a simple pleasure to be found in foraging about this place, easy for a cur to say, of course. Though barren looking to the naked eye, the downside has its share of semi-hidden treasures waiting to be found. It was a nose for treasure, of course, after all, which drew us here. Certain types of artifacts found in this place would fetch a reasonable sum in soul, whether they because they shine with inner light, or due to other special properties. I have observed the stardust freshly fallen from the heavens, sometimes glimmers in the afternoons. I have not found a use for it yet, although, as it brings me faith, perhaps I have indeed. Okay, Forsaken Lands, talked about by the witch. Years upon long years we spent distilling life essence from many things, which all once writhed under the auspices of their mortality, for which we ourselves cut short. Excuse me. So much talking. We earned the title Witch, were forced to flee to the downside. Here we encounter Solium Mur and soon regain understanding of each other. All spices, ooh woo. Oh no. That's fine. The real treasure of the downside is you reading this. Aw, thank you. He bade us circumnavigate these lands and catalog our findings, but the strong desire to expose the secrets of this land. He wished to yield the benefit of those who followed in our wake, indulge us both then. The downside is connected to our realm via a single artery, the river named for a prestigious sap colleague, Lou Scalarian. That river gushes into seeming nothingness. That seeming nothingness turns out, of course, to be the downside. Its existence undermines thousands of years of thought about the composition of our world. The downside's southern edge we call the Sandfolds. It is a desecrated wasteland speaking well to this land's lack of hospitality. Here the strength of many who survive the river's journey finally fails. If only we could clamber further north. Where lies the verdant downside prairie? Better place to perish, to be sure. Beyond the valley lies the flagging hands, which could be called a swamp. If an entire sea could merely be a lake, soon after our arrival, several of us fell into a dark despair, such were the environs. I found it rather fascinating, though. It held aspects reminiscent of the southern bogs we dwelt in as a tad. We grew accustomed to the dampness of the air and grew to savor certain twigs and beetles. It can be said that flagging hands are an acquired taste, recommendable only for those of our same bent, or perhaps the downside's native imps. The sea surrounded the environs on three sides, appearing insurmountable at first. Beyond the shallow, sickly gulf, our voyage grew increasingly forbidding and much harder to explain. How could a sea exist here at the bottom of the world? We could not deduce whence sprang the carcass of ancient sailing ships we found throughout the Sea of Solace, though the warnings that they signified were duly noted. Brady reading to us is the best treasure? Oh. I don't know how to feel about that, but thank you. It was here we first met Ors, called the Underking, who brazenly assaulted our small skiff for we had just trespassed in his waters. But then the Underking relented, for he witnessed Solium Mur in all his doom and glory. Soon he would side with us. Then with the Underking we sailed forth, into a tempest beyond reasoning or measure. We waited for the deathless tempest to subside. We waited. But the Underking, he merely laughed and laughed. For the deathless tempest does not subside. What lies beyond that stretch of sea to cause such an upheaval is best left to myth and speculation. We made passage, nonetheless, through sorcerous aid and fortune, scarce seeing the surrounding environs. We did detect the landform to the west. Solium Mur detected there the presence of a treacherous aide who lured him into exile, then followed him in turn. Mur, in his wisdom, thought it best to be avoided. At last did we arrive on distant lands, though seeing them provided little comfort. Your streamer is GNC AF? I'm not sure what GNC means. Is this one of them newfangled thingies? The continent we call Black Basin shall one day tear itself apart, arriving upon blackened molten crags, tolerable only by the harp Triesta. We pressed onward towards a suffocating wood. This land felt to us somehow primordial. Deep in its root and noxious crevices lay innumerable clues as to its ancient history. But we had little time to excavate, for our supplies by then were thin. Further, we were lost. Our best attempts at circumnavigating all had failed. It was Lou Scalarian who reached out at last unto the stars. They revealed the way. Then we at last could see the sacred Mount Elodiel, there in the distance. Isn't GNC that sword that you can buy vitamins from? Think so. I don't know. Gaining the summit of sacred Mount Elodiel involved no small amount of sacrifice and sorcery, varying proportion. The mountain's energies were palpable, the sensation that we felt indescribable. The lands we stood upon were closer to the stars than to the world we knew. It was upon this highest point in all the downside that we first made efforts to concoct this tome, which you now read. It was there that we were stricken with a vision of the cycle of the rites and felt together, for the first, a sense of freedom, unlike any we experienced before. But that is a subject that which our comrades shall illuminate in greater detail. Oh man, there's a lot. We'll come back to these. You're super sleepy, so you're gonna go to sleep? Okay, Sonic. You have a good one. What? Oh, thank you, Feeny. I was like, why was that held? Fancy is gender non-conforming. It's a meme. You're trying to find it. Okay. One of your message got held, and I'm not sure why, but yeah. As you wait for the stars, a form dressed in the raiments of the rites approaches you and Wolfert. At first you presume it for one of your adversaries, the Chastity. But he cannot be one of them. Huh? Beside you, Wolfert starts. Something you have never seen him do. You observe the colors that he wears in inverse of the Nightwing. Wolfred Sandalwood. It has been a while. No, this cannot be. The demon unfastens his mask. Maybe he typed too fast? No, it was a... part of one of the words you used was caught for some reason. And I don't know why that word specifically. Because it's not even close to any of the words that I'm like, no, don't use that. Anyway. It can. You perished. I watched you fall. You did. I grieved for years. Yet, now you live. I do. Although these horns, they grow long ere I could walk again. Unbelievable. Then, why are you here now, Oralek? He is a former exile of the Nightwings, betrayed and abandoned in his moments of glory. Revealed was Ronald McDonald, yep. You know full well, Wolfred, to reclaim what is mine by rights. The demon Oralek leaves without another word, just as the stars above burst to life, seem to set the sky aflame. What a twist. Time Singer Harn. Adversaries have plus 50 stamina. 50% stamina. Oh boy. No thank you. Man, my throat. It's gonna be sore tomorrow, I can tell you that.
Reader, what lunacy is this?
What? What do you
It
mean?
would appear the Nightwings are to stand against themselves this time around.
Oh, fuck.
This is a mutiny in violation of the sacred law.
No, my
The
throat.
exile whom you face.
No, me.
Oralek. Long ago he had his chance, and he relinquished it. He cannot simply claim it now. And I cannot preside over this nonsense. Good night.
What happened to the Chastity? The stars showed we were to face them.
Our throat.
They must have suffered a misfortune of some sort. Tampering with the stars. Tampering with the stars' designs is not permitted, Oralek. Cheating is worthy of their rightful liberty is not permitted either, Wolfred. You must know I took no part in that betrayal. Search your heart. Oralek says nothing for a time. Then, Where are your raiments, Wolfred?
Nerum carides.
I refuse to wear them since, in show of solidarity to you.
Somprave flagus.
And to elude the voice, I would suppose.
Nevarin lundes.
Yes, that too.
Piranus.
I see. You were never very good at this anyway.
Paracuras.
We shall see if this new lot of yours is any better.
Iprete mortas.
You cannot be serious. What sense is there in us standing against each other? Orlick puts on his mask and stands ready.
I shall crush this lot of yours, Wolfred. You shall see that I am not so easily discarded. And you shall not deny my liberty again.
Liberatus.
Reader, the adversary whom we face, Orlick, he is not one to back down. He is very experienced in the rites even at the time, and so beware. There was no one in his day who could prevail against him. He is even stronger now. You just made lemon honey tea because your throat is a bit weird? It should help our throat. Thank you, Saul. Thank you for the lemon honey tea. It shall help our throat. I wish I had more valuable advice to give. In this, I wish I had foreseen this. Okay. Who are we summoning? I mean, I think it'd be good to have Jodariel. Oh yeah, we can look at the Nightwings. The other Nightwing. Leaps and slams, lunges forward in one swift motion. Demon. He used to be a physician. Those administering mercy were amongst the most cherished of individuals in... What does he have? Ah, almost the same as us. Former exile of the Nightwings and betrayed and abandoned moment of glory. He's a stern-faced demon who once served the Nightwings and claims to have been cheated of his freedom after having toiled in the downside for many, many years. He has reformed his own version of the Triumvirate to which he once belonged, now calling them the true Nightwing. He seems to hate the very essence of the rites. She's a simple imp. Ixa and Garef. Oh man, look at that. His glory is 20 and his presence is 40. Jesus Christ. Yeah, she can't use it. She can't join us this time. Having that extra bit would be pretty good. Actually, we don't need to put it on. I'm not sure who we should bring along. There's something I haven't viewed in here? Is that why it keeps doing that? There we go. I don't know if it's worth it. Plus, what? 10 push-ups? Okay. Out of the way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. He responds in 9 seconds, 7 seconds, and 5 seconds. I think having headwind there is absolutely beneficial, but we need something else on it. Do we want him to be the starting one? Not sure. I think Joe Daddio would be good for killing. But so would Birchu. Being able to pierce through stuff. But also anybody else. What do I have? Oh, being able to freeze everybody for 3 seconds is very, very good. Oh, it's once per round. That's not bad, once per round. Yeah, let's put something on him then. I guess even more quickness. I'm not really sure what would be best. But yeah, let's do it. Kill him. It's better against teams on terrain that has a lot of barriers. Yeah.
We face a fearsome adversary, friends, but surely we have faced far worse before.
Such a triumvirate you have assembled, Wolfred. Then, let us see what they can do. Come and face me, false Nightwings.
Drinking more water. Well, Oh. Oh shit. Fuck. We just should hydrate after doing many gravelly voices? Yeah. I need to. Gotta keep that throat, you know. I don't know any better term than this, but lubricated.
Outmaneuvered me. You are more capable than I expected.
Oh fuck. You're just imagining that one scene in Toy Story 2 with the two buzzes, but it's Nightwings. Yeah, basically. There you go again. Fuck me. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, damn, he goes fast. Oh shit. Okay, we're good. Ooh. Okay. Drink water to help your throat secrete more juices. Jesus Christ. That's not at all what I was going for. I love that sound effect. Like, he's like, ah, shoot. Yeah. Oh shit. Good shot though. Yeah, you got it. Luckily they're... Hey Aaron, how you doing? Oh, wait, why did that happen? Oh, okay, sure. Have Hedwyn fling orb into the pyre. Right, because they want... I can get extra money that way. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm doing alright. About to head to sleep? Okay. I hope you have a good night. I can do it. Oh, fuck. Oh, is that it? Is that it? Oh, we did it. Okay. Woo. Man, those guys are rough. Even with the extra seconds that we get from knocking them out because of a headwind, like it was kind of rough.
You who call yourselves Nightwings. It seems that you have learned something from Sandalwood after all. But you are the Nightwings in name only. And as for the rights, it is a mockery of what it once stood for. All of this, a stain upon the legacy of the scribes.
Wilfred looks on as Orlick departs without another word. If you're the Nightwings, is Orlick and his crew the Nightwings? No. He calls himself the true Nightwings. It was in the little blurb when they checked their thing. It's a splinter group. They call themselves the true Nightwing. Orlick. Forgive me. Excuse me, Jesus. Boring should have called themselves Orlick and Friends. Orlick and Sons. Bird and Sons. You know.
Orlick. He has changed. His case resembles now the one with whom we traveled with.
Orlick and the Wings. Jesus Christ. I'm afraid so. I can only begin to imagine what he has been through all these years. Reader,
As you can see, Orlik and I, we have some years in common. Story for another day. I need some time to look at how all this will affect our plan. Wilfred's ambitious plot, it is at 47%. Reader, Orlik is a principled person. His freedom was denied him just when it was in his grasp. A doleful tale. Wilfred should tell you more of him in due time. Of that I have no doubt. But now it seems the stars beseech you once again. Outside. Would I put a turkey on someone's head? Would make for great content? I have no idea what the hell you're talking about now. There, deep in the dark infinite, once more you see a single star shining brighter than the rest. Freedom beckons. Go. Once again. I think I'll go ahead and do it. I still have energy. Once more, then, onto the fall of Solium. Excellent. Our plan proceeds at pace. We need not continue to make good on all such opportunities. The stars present so much as possible. Then within our ranks, the Commonwealth. Then our ranks within the Commonwealth may yet grow strong enough that we shall sway the people towards our cause. Joey from Friends had a turkey on his head in one episode. It's the only thing you know about the show Friends. Okay. Shall be difficult, but the people have their hearts, conscience, and the Commonwealth has long since lost its way. Now you would have watched Friends. I mean, I know in Mr. Bean, there's an episode where he gets a turkey on his head, stuck on his head. It's a whole bit, you know? The never-ending wars with the high-wing remnants, the passing of more sentences of exile than ever before, for increasing more dubious causes. The burning of books, the outlawing of literacy, these are corruptions of the teachings of the scribes. Together we shall prove it, soon enough. Wilfred, sir, what of Orlik? Wilfred says nothing in response at first, but then Orlik appears to have his own agenda. We'll have to try and keep an eye on him, although our plan remains the same. Anyway, we have a mountain which we need to climb. Let's all rest a bit, if possible. This night. If possible this night. We fly at break of dawn. Don't. It's just Friends, but in 2D. Pyre ends? Wait. Wait. Pyre ends had a turkey. Joey from Friends. I see. I see what's happening now. I see what the joke is. Sounds like a better version of Friends. True. Go with Pam with that. Funny because you have to look at your keyboard and you still misspell it. You land amid the ancient formation of Mount Elodial. The summit awaits liberation. Thus begins our third ascent of the fall of Solium. My agents in the Commonwealth report our plan is proceeding. Let us strive again to liberate one of our own and raise its chances. There's something up. Who are we facing? I guess we're facing the witch. The witch Ribako.
With some time to spare after having landed, you join Pamitha for a brief expedition to the monument of Haub the Swallow. Imp of rare intellect.
Well, here we go once again. Hey, Pamitha, get yourself into this mess. Now maybe you can get yourself back out. Not that you're in a hurry, really. What'd you even do if you got out? Think on that for next time. Dad can wait to hear it. You need a snacky, BRB? Okay. Soon, you and she are finished paying your respects. Return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Haub the Swallow has shown you favor. You'll soon begin your ascent.
Here we go, finally, +1 glory. Righteousness. What does that mean for everybody? It literally means just 1 damage, which is fine. A little bit of extra damage never hurt anybody. And continue your journey. I have a feeling I'm gonna use Virtue. Yeah. While traversing the old masonry on the way to the summit, you pass a monument to Molten Millith. And Bertrude happens to take notice.
We do not fear thee, we do not worship thee, we seek to understand thee. We accept thy power and thy gift, but through our actions we extend thy influence.
Soon, you and she are finished praying your respects. +3 glory for the next round. God damn, girl. That's some hefty glory. Companions arrive at the Scribe's Gate.
Shall we, reader?
Minstrel leads you towards his counterpart, who seems unsurprised to see you on approach.
The exiles are the Nightwings, and you again, Tariq. Greetings, Celeste. Aye, we have returned. The stars shine darkly these past days. Nothing more than a portent of your arrival, is it? Likely nothing more. Now, they are ready for you. Then come forth, each of you in turn. Please state your name, and what it is that you seek while crossing Scribe's Gate. Wait, you.
He points to Bertrude.
You are new amongst the group. You shall go first. Please do as she asks, Bertrude, madam. We are known throughout the downside as Big Bertrude. We follow Sandalwood, for we are fond of him. He led us into exile, he shall lead us out.
The Gate Guardian acknowledges her and motions for the rest of you to proceed. Everyone does so, before including you. Once you have all declared yourselves, she regards you all for another moment, beckons you towards the mountain's top.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Thank you, Celeste. To the summit, Tariq.
Fuck, I just finished the water. Run!
Hey. Hey. Welcome back, you guys. You know, I guess this is a pretty decent spot for business and all of a sudden. Because it used to be real bad up here, you know? I'd just be here just wait and wait and wait. Sometimes it'd get real cold. Like, I was telling you before, stuff like that. Well, anyway, you buying anything or what?
After getting banished, the bearer returns in a burst that draws in your adversaries. That's kinda good. Oh fuck, did the rings get bought? No. What? One of them bought. You know what? It's fine. Just like sometimes, eh, Dad? Okay. Again, you have reached the fall of Solium, where one among you can go free, provided you prevail against the withdrawn. Duration. Vader, could I ask a moment of your time? We have to talk. As darkness falls, the minstrel and Volfred pull you aside. We have some news that is, depending upon how you look at it, potentially unfortunate. The lone minstrel directs your attention towards the dark sky. Skies, the stars, fading. It is true. Within the advent of the Titan stars, visibly fewer stars seem to be shining than once you saw in the sky above. Yes. The stars themselves are vanishing. Why? I do not understand yet. But what it indicates is this. The rites are drawing to an inexorable close. The lights of the stars. Without it, the rites would be unable to commence. Anyway, that is the bad news. The good news is that there are a lot of stars to go. How many liberation rites remain, I do not yet know. The arithmetic is complicated. An estimation of the stars, the rate at which they fade, the accelerating rate at which we're being summoned here. Anyway, I'll work it out as soon as possible. For now, I felt that you should be aware. You can inform the others in due time. At the moment, though, they have this right to think about. So do you. Look forth. As the stars above begin to shine, Volfred's words begin to sink in. It seems you have a limited number of chances remaining to liberate your companions, including this one now. Okay, guys, it's time once again. God, my throat's gonna be dead tomorrow, isn't it?
Congratulations, reader. It would appear the rites are drawing to a close. Doubtless the doing of that Orlek in all his bitter spite. For now, your exiles have another chance at freedom here upon the fall of Solium. So too do your adversaries, the withdrawn. They fought so very bravely for this moment. Whichever side prevails soon shall send one of its own into the warm embrace of civilization.
Pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared for. I concur, the pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the withdrawn, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Bog dweller Udmildi appears from the shadows and for a mask.
Yes. We are known to be the witch Udmildi. Our adversaries, they are nothing to us, or the one we serve. Ye all shall be devoured in the coming age, an age of strife, wrought down by the fell wings and many seeing eyes of Eastlak, the astral born.
You speak blasphemy upon this sacred site, Udmildi. We value your liberty, and I suggest you cease your mocking of the scribes.
These scribes, they fail to stop his luck, and he shall rise again. As for ye night wings, we are of no consequence. In his luck, his grand design.
She dons her mask once more.
Soon we shall return unto the land which Gislak shall accept, where we shall offer him our blood and that of many, many others.
You can hear my throat taking damage in real time. This is why I have so much water and I drink so much water. Actually, that one wasn't that bad. I could have made it worse. For my throat. As for you, Nightwings, you bring darkness with you. What have you brought upon the stars? Celeste, please. I do not know what is amiss here. The Nightwings have only come to see the liberations carried out. Indeed. Make your choice, Nightwings. Who among you should be anointed here? Okay.
Who shall return to glory?
Once again, we have 3 choices. And it is up to you guys. We have Hedwyn. Once again. We have Jodariel. And we have Sir Gilman. Two minutes has been fine. Yeah. I'll start this poll. I will once again go use the restroom. And grab some more water. Oh. Whew. I forgot to tap back in. My bad. Look at her. Oh my god, she's at full enlightenment. Fuck. What? Oh. Oh no. Nobody pulled anything. Nobody did anything.
Weird. You didn't see a poll? Maybe I hit cancel. I don't know. Um, a poll is already active. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I end poll. Poll. There we go. Now I'm gonna start it up again, I guess. And Edwin, Joe Dario, Sir Gilman. Let's start. There we go. Poll should be up. Gosh, I can't wait to make dinner after this. Make myself like a sandwich or something. You have stuffed some bread pudding in your mouth. I'm so jealous that you get to make bread pudding. You don't see it? Oh, what's going on? Beanie, do you know what's happening? I make a poll, but they don't see it. Oh no. Oh, you have to reload for the poll. Okay. Okay. I guess reload the page, Saul. And if you don't get it in time, I'm just gonna redo it. Because I think it's at 50-50. Reload worked. Okay. Shit. Fuck. Oh no, fuck. Hey guys, I'm so sorry. I accidentally hit the X. I closed it out and I didn't get to see who won. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh no, I hope this works. Freedom, follow, Edwin, Dodadio, you know who. Sir Gilman. Oh, Sir Gilman one? Okay. Wait, what? Well, I restarted the poll. I restarted the poll. Fuck it. Go. If you can't see it, I guess refresh. Oh man. Freedom? Freedom. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and say it now that I'm probably not gonna stream on Wednesday. I'll stream on Thursday, but not gonna stream on Wednesday. Also, this is like an extra long stream because I probably would have ended like around 3.5 hours. Yeah, Feeny will stream. There we go. Sir Gilman won. Poppy with the points. Thank you. Catch you playing Stardew in Discord. Yeah. Okay. Shall anoint Sir Gilman. Jumps 30% farther than usual. Not quite that great. I forgot about being able to stop time. Yo. I kind of feel like just giving him the, because I don't know. Okay, hold on. She's gonna have this for sure, because being able to blast through solid objects is good. I think I'm gonna put her in. I don't know if I want... I think maybe Headwind is pretty good, too. What does she have? She has imps. Show off your monster girl farm. Somehow. Forgot you could stop time and bypass all the laws of the world. Just quirky girl stuff, you know. Just quirky girl stuff. We are gonna want the plus 15 though, because... But you know what? Two plus two. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. Or we could give it to him. We deal more damage, plus 5 per. Bertrude has that. She will deal 5 damage per. We'll have +5 more. Yeah. Let's go with this.
Sir Gilman.
Has this knight at last regained his honor? Let us find out.
Who shall stand with him? Edwin.
Sure thing, my friend. Now let's get Sir Gilman home. And Bertrude.
Bertrude.
We shall lend our support to that one.
It is done.
Soon is luck. Very soon we shall release thee. We shall release thee. And as for ye night wings, ye have much in store for ye.
Commence.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Right off the bat. But $32. Oh my god, we are doing great right now. Wait, what? Okay. I don't know why that didn't work, but that's fine. I got it.
Is like we invoke thee, for we seek thy ancient strength. Befall our enemies within thy blood. Damnation to the night wings. Damnation to the scribes.
You think they would probably stop the rights right here? And it was like, no, you get out of here. But no, they're fine with it. The invocation of Islak. Your adversary, witch Udmildi. Her shall summon forth dark pools of banished Iker, wheresoever any exile is banished right this night. Oh fuck, I'm taking this. Fuck this.
And there it is.
Yeah, we win. Fuck you.
The Night Wings proved their worth. Their adversaries. They
Also, I tried to
defeated
use the time stop, and I think it just froze me instead.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free. absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful
I'm really
sentences.
curious how this is all gonna turn out by the choices that you guys, like, the people you guys chose or are choosing to release. You know?
Know that this affront against Islak has been recorded, and his vengeance shall darken the skies.
Ooh. Sir Gilman stares at nothing in particular. You sense he is still taking in what has transpired, what it means for him. Once a proud knight of the Sea Dominion, he has regained his freedom. So then, this knight, he is to be free? He is to be free! Nay, but that would mean that would mean his honor is restored. One cannot go back unto our commonwealth by any other means. This knight's exile was self-wrought, his disgrace profound, that he has been atoned under the eye of the Underking and those of all his noble comrades. He begins to grow very emotional, and then, this knight loves you all! He loves you all, and that you would strive for him and let him join your noble quest. This knight does not feel as though he is deserving of this outcome, yet the result appears inarguable. Even now, this knight is drawn into the shimmering pool. Our time grows brief. Therefore, know this, beloved friends. This knight shall ever strive on your behalf there in the Commonwealth. Though his honor may have been restored, his true journey only now begins. And so, good friends of the Nightwings, this night must bid you farewell. However, the bonds we form together shan't be broken by mere distance. Nay! Strive on, good friends! Strive on! Freedom. Yes, Sir Gilman, you are my honor. Yeah, goodbye, Sir Gilman. You can still hear Sir Gilman as he vanishes into the shimmering pool. If this lonely knight had achieved such glory, surely can you all! For now, farewell! Farewell! It's almost like we can still hear his voice. May he return in glory.
The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may yet continue for a while. The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours.
You prevailed in the liberation against the withdrawn. Already does the Black Dragon feel quieter than usual without Sir Gilman, who returned to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. I miss him already.
We shall make do without him here.
You wonder who, if any, among you shall be the next to go. Then Fulfred asks the group to gather, since you know what news he is about to share. Everyone, I must apologize to bring such news at this late hour, but I felt that you all would wish to know as soon as possible. The context of our plan has changed. 53%. He looks about at everyone before revealing to them what the stars have revealed to you both. The stars above are disappearing. They seem to be fading away one by one, for reasons that the scribes alone may know for certain. Though we all may harbor our suspicions. See for yourself if you have any doubt that this is so. A hush falls over your companions, all exhausted from the rain, and now stunned into silence. If this phenomenon continues unabated, we have every reason to believe it shall. Then the light shall cease, stars no longer shine. Permanently cease, that is. Companions exchange glances. You sense negative emotions rising, confusion, fear. Before, I gave you the impression that should the Nightwings not prevail in a liberation right, there would be other chances. This remains so, however. Our chances now are numbered. The exact number I've yet to ascertain, but to be quite frank, there are more of us than we have chances left. Since your fellow exiles are beginning to realize what this means, I know this must be difficult to hear, but it is not to be a cause for panic. Our plan remains essentially unchanged. We shall take which opportunities arise and return as many as we can. I urge you all to take whatever time you need to think this through. At dawn, we shall head south again to my alcove. We can discuss this further there. Now please, get some rest. Our path grows harder, though not insurmountable. Not while we stand together and still prevail. The group disperses. Some whispers in hushed tones, others turn to their quarters, speechless. There will be time later to better understand this omen. Okay. I'm tired. I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. When we pick up, we'll talk to them, then continue onwards. And do we pick up? I don't know. Saturday, probably. Like I said, I don't know if you guys realize, but this is a long game. Just put on some Valhalla. Real quickly, before I end stream, I'm like, go raid somebody. Thanks for this fun stream. Thank you for coming by, Saul. I know it's... I would like you to get some sleep, but I very much appreciate that you come by to watch this. You know? But yeah, this game, like I said before, it's actually very long. We've done several sessions of this, and still we're not done. We're, I could say, probably close to the end. Maybe it's in the third act or something. Sleep schedule is fried up, so don't worry, this is your evening. I see. Hey, Wanderer. How you doing? Wanda woo 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 woo. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Fuck. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say, doing good, just been lurking. Hell yeah. I hope the lurking has been okay. I hope you're alright. I think it's very interesting, like, the people that you guys have chosen to liberate. And I'm interested to see where this goes, because it is different. the people that you have chosen and like the order that you guys have chosen have been different from mine. And there's some scenes that I haven't seen before. There are some scenes that I have. I can talk about that like once we're done. There's a couple things in particular that I'm like, huh, I don't think we've gotten this. Or I think we got this, I was supposed to get this earlier, but we didn't. Interesting. I don't know how many sessions it's gonna take to finish Pyre, but honestly, I have fun. I really enjoy Pyre. It's fun getting to voice all of these people. I hope you guys enjoy that. I feel like Rudy's a teacher telling me my choices are interesting. Kind of. Not the teacher part, but I'm interested to see what ends up happening at the end because of you guys' choices. Because I will say for certain, Pyre is a game that has multiple endings. Sort of, like varying degrees of endings based on what happens and what you choose. It'll be interesting. As for Big Ol' Sweat, like how all the characters you vote for them to leave, you like, and now you're sad you won't see them. Yeah, that's another thing that is interesting, that you guys are choosing. Well, it's a mishmash of you guys choosing, I guess, characters that you like and characters that, in Jeff's case, he didn't like. But yeah, like it's sad that you won't get to see Sir Gilman and like hear any more of his voice lines or anything. Oh, God. You know what? I'll just save it for after we finish. But I don't want to talk about or spoil anything. Who's streaming? Let's raid Turtle and chill. A nice chill by the end of day. You were just choosing whoever you could part with. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, choose who you feel okay, like, kind of sending out there, and who you feel you want to keep, either because they're good in the party or, you know, you want to learn more about them. There's always more to learn about them. And that's what makes it so hard sometimes. Like, but I want them around, or I want to see what happens with them. This is so sad. Alexa played Despacito. Despacito, play Country Roads. You got me there. Oh. Because I still had more to say. I shouldn't have hit the start raid yet. Truth be told, I'm not sure what I'm going to... Yeah, I canceled the raid. I'm gonna start it up again, but I just wanted to say one more thing. It was moving too fast. I'm not sure what game we're gonna play after Pyre. I guess start Hades, but I also want to play some other stuff. No more field trip because of you, Wanderer. Thursday, I want to do Quietus. I'm gonna try to do Quietus. So like I said, I think the next time stream Pyre might be Saturday. It's a toss-up if I want to stream Pyre or if I want to do something else. As much as I like Pyre, I really like Pyre. But it also destroys my throat. This has been 5 hours of me doing different voices. Some of them more, more harsher. I guess just harsher than others, you know? Like, I can tell you right now, tomorrow I'm gonna wake up and my voice is gonna be rather low. Because I can already feel it, it's already kind of going there. You guys won't get to hear that though. Extra low voice, Rudy. Extra gravelly, Rudy. Okay. Enough of that. Let's raid turtles and chill. Let's go chill out for the evening. Thank you guys for coming by. I'm gonna go get some dinner. We'll see you guys Thursday, most likely. Bye-bye. Yeah, night-night.